Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy corner by the fireplace, where warmth and tranquility await. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious moments with us this evening. As the gentle glow of the fire flickers softly, let us together release the worries of the day and embrace the serenity of this moment. I hope you've basked in the beauty of a lovely spring day, where nature renews itself in vibrant colors and gentle breezes. Now it's time to let relaxation cradle you into sweet dreams. Settle in and enjoy tonight's bedtime story, crafted just for you. Story 1. Oliver lived in a small cottage at the edge of Willowbrook, a village nestled between rolling hills and an ancient forest known as the Whisperwood. While other children chased butterflies or played stickball, Oliver preferred quiet corners, listening to the rustle of leaves, tracing patterns in moss, or watching clouds drift like lazy sheep across the sky. He felt most himself when alone, though sometimes a lonely ache settled in his chest, as if he were a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. But Oliver had a secret. When the world grew still, he could hear the forest breathe. Not just the wind, but the soft murmurs of oak roots stretching deep into the earth, the contented sigh of ferns uncurling at dawn, the anxious tremor of a sapling in a storm. He called it his green whisper, a gift as natural to him as breathing, yet one he guarded closely. What if others thought him strange? What if they laughed? One crisp autumn evening, as golden light slanted through the trees, Oliver heard a new sound, a desperate, keening cry woven into the Whisperwood's usual hum. It pulsed like a wounded heartbeat, drawing him past the familiar birch grove into a part of the forest where the trees grew gnarled and towering, their branches interlaced like cathedral arches. There, beneath the oldest sentinel, a colossal cedar named Grandmother Root by villagers, he found the source. A stone no larger than his palm lay half buried in loam, glowing with a faint, sickly light. It was cracked down the middle, its usual deep emerald radiance dimmed to murky moss green. Grandmother Root's voice, usually warm and steady, quivered in Oliver's mind. The Heartstone, stolen, balance breaks. The Heartstone, Oliver knew from village legends, was the forest's life anchor, a gem woven from starlight and that pulsed in rhythm with the Whisperwood's magic. Without it, the woods would wither. The air already tasted thin, leaves curling brown at the edges. A single tear slid down Grandmother Root's bark. Find it, child. Only one who hears the green whisper can follow the trail. Oliver's hands trembled, but he nodded, tucking the cracked stone into his pocket where it hummed weakly against his thigh. His journey began at dawn, guided only by the stone's faltering pulse and the forest's increasingly distressed whispers. The deeper Oliver ventured, the stranger the Whisperwood became. Mossy boulders shifted to reveal hidden paths. Vines parted like curtains, unveiling glades where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, sapphire blues and sunset oranges that shimmered with inner light. Yet beauty was tinged with unease. Streams ran sluggish and gray. Birds sang in discordant, anxious trills. Oliver followed the Heartstone's pull until he stumbled into a moonlit clearing where a badger, broad-shouldered and silver-muzzled, dug frantically at the base of a dying hawthorn. "Hush now, little sister," the badger rumbled, his voice gravelly but gentle as he patted the tree's roots. "We'll find a way." He startled when Oliver approached, baring sharp teeth. "Human, what brings you here? Come to gawk at our fading." Oliver, heart pounding, showed him the cracked Heartstone. "I'm here to help. I hear the forest, like you do." The badger's eyes widened. He introduced himself as Thorn, guardian of the Glen of Thickets. "Thought I was the last who cared," he admitted gruffly. "Even the wood sprites hide now." Thorn explained the theft. 3 nights prior, a shadow had slipped through the trees, colder than winter, and vanished with the Heartstone from its sacred hollow in Grandmother Root. "It left a trail of frost," Thorn growled. "But frost melts. We lost it at the Stone Teeth Mountains." Their path led westward, toward jagged peaks piercing the horizon. As they traveled, Oliver's green whisper grew stronger, attuning him to Thorn's gruff wisdom and the subtle language of the land, the warning tremble of earth when loose rocks threatened to fall, the sweet scent of water hidden beneath dry riverbeds. One twilight, as they sheltered in a cave, a tiny light darted inside, a firefly with wings like stained glass, emitting frantic silver sparks. "Thorn, stranger," she chimed, her voice like tinkling bells. "The shadow weaver comes, it hunts near the singing caves." She introduced herself as Lumina, messenger of the moon-petaled glade. "I've seen the weaver's frost and something else." She hesitated. "It weeps silver tears that burn the grass." The trio pressed on, Oliver's bond with Thorn and Lumina deepening. Thorn taught him to read the stars for direction. Lumina lit their way through caverns where glowing fungi painted constellations on wet walls. Oliver, in turn, soothed a grove of panicked aspens by humming their favorite wind song, his green whisper calming their shivers. Yet doubt gnawed at him. What if he failed? The cracked Heartstone in his pocket grew colder, its light fainter. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," Thorn said one night, watching Oliver anxiously trace the stone's fissures. "It's moving forward anyway." Lumina landed on Oliver's shoulder, her light warm against his cheek. "And you don't move alone." At the foot of the Stone Teeth Mountains, they found the Singing Caves, tunnels winding deep into the earth, where gusts of wind created eerie, melodic howls. Lumina's light revealed walls encrusted with ice, unnatural in the mild autumn air. Deeper they went, the cold biting through Oliver's coat. Then in a cavern glittering with frozen waterfalls, they saw it, the Shadow Weaver. Oliver had expected a monster, but the creature was small, hunched, and trembling. Its body was woven from shifting darkness, yet silver tears streamed from eyes like fractured ice, hissing where they struck the stone floor. Clutched in its shadowy hands was the true Heartstone, a flawless emerald radiating pure, vibrant light that seemed to pain the weaver, yet it clung to it desperately. "Why?" Oliver called out, voice echoing. The weaver flinched, curling tighter around the gem. Thorn bristled, claws unsheathed, but Oliver laid a hand on his back. "Wait." He took a step closer, the green whisper swelling within him, not just hearing the forest now, but feeling the weaver's anguish, a loneliness so vast it felt like an abyss. Images flooded Oliver's mind, the weaver, a creature born of forgotten magic, dwelling in sunless depths, watching the Whisperwood's joy from afar. Envy had festered into desperation. It stole the Heartstone not to harm, but to possess the warmth it had never known. "The cold hurts you, doesn't it?" Oliver whispered, understanding dawning. "You thought the stone's light would warm your darkness." The weaver nodded miserably, a sob rattling its form. "But its light is life, not heat. It belongs to the whole forest. Taking it dims your own world too, see." Oliver gestured to the ice spreading like poison from the weaver's tears. Lumina floated closer, her light gentle. "We can help you find warmth," she chimed softly. Thorn, after a tense pause, grunted. "Aye, but first the stone, please." Trembling, the weaver uncurled its shadowy fingers. Oliver approached slowly, retrieving the true Heartstone. As he held it aloft, its light blazed, washing the cavern in brilliant green. The ice began to melt, revealing veins of luminous crystal beneath. But the weaver whimpered, shrinking from the radiance. Oliver knelt, placing the cracked stone beside it. "This one is broken, but it still holds echoes of the forest's heart. It's yours to keep, a piece of the light that won't hurt you." He offered his hand, not touching but open. "Come with us, help us heal the Whisperwood. You don't need to steal warmth, you can share in it." The weaver stared, silver tears slowing. Tentatively, it touched the cracked stone. A fragile warmth bloomed between them, not burning but comforting. It rose, shadows softening at the edges, and placed a wispy hand over Oliver's. A silent pact formed, not master and servant, but guardians together. Their return journey was a healing. Where the weaver walked, frost receded, replaced by hardy mountain flowers. It learned to channel its magic not into envy, but into nurturing, coaxing life from barren rock, guiding lost animals with whispers on the wind. Thorn, initially wary, taught it to dig sturdy burrows. Lumina showed it how dew-caught starlight. Oliver named it Silas, meaning of the forest, and Silas's tears, once corrosive, now sparkled like harmless frost flowers where they fell. Back at Grandmother Root, Oliver placed the true Heartstone into its hollow. Light erupted, a wave of pure green energy surging through roots and branches, turning brown leaves vibrant, filling the air with the scent of rain and blooming lilac. The forest sighed in relief, whispers turning joyful. Silas, holding the cracked stone, stood beside Oliver. Grandmother Root's voice, strong once more, echoed in their minds. Balance restored by unexpected friendship. Oliver returned to Willowbrook changed. He no longer hid in corners but spoke of the Whisperwood's wonders, his quiet confidence earning respect, not ridicule. Villagers noticed the forest thriving, blooms lasting longer, harvests richer, and though they didn't understand Oliver's secret, they welcomed his gentle wisdom. Evenings often found him at the forest's edge, where Thorn, Lumina, and Silas would emerge from the dappled shadows. They'd share stories under the stars, Silas's cracked stone glowing softly beside them, a beacon of shared light in the gathering dark. Years later, Oliver, now grown, would lead village children on nature walks, teaching them to listen not just with ears, but with hearts. Every forest has a whisper, he'd say, smiling as a curious fox Kit brushed his leg, a descendant of one Silas had once guided home. And high in the Stone Teeth Mountains, where ice caves now bloomed with luminous moss, a shadow with eyes like melted silver tended a garden of frost flowers, forever warmed by a stone that pulsed with the enduring echo of an offered friendship. In the heart of the Whisperwood, beneath Grandmother Root's sheltering boughs, the true Heartstone glowed, its light a testament to the truth Oliver carried always, that even the deepest cold could be thawed by kindness, and the loneliest soul could find home in an outstretched hand. As fireflies danced in the velvet dusk and the forest hummed its ancient lullaby, Oliver knew, some journeys didn't end. They bloomed, forever changing the world one whisper, one friendship, one brave step at a time. Story 2. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else. Mist curled like sleepy cats around the moss-covered cottages, and fireflies danced in the perpetual soft glow of dusk. It was a place where cobblestones hummed faintly when trodden upon, and the bakery's chimney breathed out plumes of cinnamon-scented steam that tasted faintly of caramel. Young Finn, with hair the color of sun-warmed oak and eyes like deep forest pools, lived above the bookbinder's shop, his window overlooking the village square. For 3 mornings straight, a peculiar quiet had settled over Willowbrook. Not a silence of peace, but a hush of confusion. Strange occurrences, small but unsettling, had begun. First, it was Widow Hemsley's prize-winning raspberry tarts, cooling on her windowsill, vanishing without a crumb left behind. Then, the polished river Stone's young Milo collected for his skipping contest disappeared from his neatly arranged pile by the wishing well. Finally, the finely woven reed baskets Mistress Laurel used for gathering moonbloom herbs were found scattered near the Whispering Woods, empty and slightly damp, as if carried off in a hurry. Whispers rustled through the village like dry leaves. Pixies playing tricks, wondered Old Man Thistle. A mischievous wind sprite, suggested Milo's mother. But the air felt still, and no telltale pixie dust shimmered in the twilight. Finn felt a knot of curiosity tighten in his chest. This wasn't the usual gentle magic of Willowbrook. It felt needy. He decided to investigate, armed only with his keen eyes and a pocket full of honeyed nuts useful for bribing or bartering in Willowbrook. His first stop was Widow Hemsley's cottage, fragrant with the ghost of missing raspberries. He examined the windowsill. No muddy footprints, no claw marks. Just a faint, almost invisible trail of dampness. It sparkled slightly in the dim light, leading away towards the woods. Following the glistening trail, Finn reached the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees leaned close, their leaves murmuring secrets. The damp trail vanished into the thick ferns. As Finn peered into the green gloom, a soft voice, like dry leaves skittering on stone, spoke beside him. Lost something, young Finn, or perhaps found a trail leading to more questions than answers. Finn turned to see Bartholomew, a hedgehog of considerable age and even greater wisdom. His spines were frosted silver, and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He lived beneath a gnarled oak root, known for his knowledge of the woods and its inhabitants. Bartholomew, Finn exclaimed, relieved. It's the vanishing things, tarts, stones, baskets, and now this strange damp trail. It doesn't feel like mischief, it feels sad. Bartholomew adjusted his spectacles, his beady eyes thoughtful. Sadness, you say, an interesting observation. Tell me, what did the dampness feel like? Finn recalled touching the sill. Not sticky like dew, cooler, almost like clean water drying. The hedgehog nodded slowly. And the baskets were found near the woods, damp, The Whispering Woods holds many secrets, Finn, but few thieves, especially ones who leave trails of water. He shuffled closer to the fern where the trail disappeared. Observe, young one, look not just for what is there, but for what isn't. Finn crouched, peering intently. The damp trail ended abruptly. But beneath the large fern fronds, the earth looked disturbed. Not dug up, but gently pressed down, as if something small and soft had passed through repeatedly. And then he saw a tiny fragment of something pale blue and translucent, like a sliver of sky-colored glass caught on a thorn. What's this? Finn carefully picked it up. It was cool and slightly flexible. Bartholomew's eyes twinkled behind his spectacles. Ah, moonlit mouse scale, rare to find one shed. They're usually quite meticulous. Moonlit mice. Finn gasped. He'd heard stories, tiny, shy creatures that glowed faintly silver under the moon, guardians of hidden springs. But they were reclusive, almost mythical. Do they steal? Not steal, Bartholomew corrected gently. Gather, but gathering Widow Hemsley's tarts, unlikely their usual fare. Something is amiss in their world. He gestured towards the dense undergrowth. They dwell near the crystal spring, deep within, but tread softly, Finn. They frighten easily, and fear makes even gentle creatures desperate. Guided by Bartholomew's quiet directions, Finn ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods than he ever had. The air grew cooler, damper, filled with the scent of wet earth and ancient stone. The path was barely there, a winding ribbon between towering ferns and moss-draped boulders. He moved slowly, placing his feet with care, his senses alert. He noticed more tiny, almost invisible damp patches on leaves, and another fragment of pale blue scale near a cluster of luminous mushrooms. Finally, the sound of water reached his ears, not a rushing torrent, but a gentle, melodic trickling. He pushed aside a curtain of hanging moss and stepped into a hidden clearing bathed in ethereal light. Moonlight, though it was still dusk outside, filtered through a natural crystal dome in the rock ceiling above, illuminating a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid air. This was the crystal spring. But the scene before him was not one of serene beauty. The normally placid spring looked agitated, its surface churning weakly. Around its mossy banks lay the evidence of the thefts, Widow Hemsley's raspberry tarts now slightly squashed and soggy, Milo's polished river stones piled haphazardly, and Mistress Laurel's reed baskets lying on their sides. and flitting around them in a state of frantic distress were the moonlit mice. They were smaller than Finn imagined, no larger than his thumb. Their fur shimmered with a soft, internal silver light, like captured starlight. Delicate, translucent wings, the color of a dawn sky and tipped with the same pale blue as the scale he'd found, beat a frantic rhythm. Their tiny faces were etched with worry as they tried, unsuccessfully, to push the tarts towards the water, or arrange the stones in a circle around the spring, or tip the baskets as if to pour something invisible. Their faint, chiming voices were filled with panic. Finn crouched low, trying to make himself as unthreatening as possible. Bartholomew had stayed near the clearing's edge, respecting the Micah's space. "Hello," Finn whispered, his voice barely louder than the trickling water. "I'm Finn from Willowbrook." The mice froze, their silver light dimming in alarm. They huddled together, wings quivering. Finn held up the honeyed nuts. "I brought these, I don't mean any harm, I just saw your trail, and the things from the village. Are you trying to fix something?" One slightly larger mouse, its fur frosted with more silver, cautiously fluttered a few inches closer. Its tiny voice chimed like a distant bell. "Fix, protect, spring sick, water slow, light fading." It gestured desperately at the churning pool. "Need offerings, bright things, shiny things, hold back the gloom." It pointed a tiny paw at the far side of the spring. Finn squinted. Where the crystal clear water met the rock wall, a patch of thick, dark green slime was spreading, like malevolent moss. It seemed to pulse faintly, dimming the spring's natural luminescence where it touched. The mice had been trying to use the tarts, bright berries, the stones shiny, and the baskets perhaps to carry water, as offerings or tools to fight this encroaching blight. Understanding washed over Finn. They weren't thieves, they were tiny guardians fighting a losing battle with something they didn't understand, using whatever they could find that seemed bright or useful. Their gathering felt desperate, sad just as he'd sensed. "But the tarts won't help the spring," Finn said gently. "And the stones and baskets, they aren't magic." He looked around the clearing. Bartholomew's words echoed, "Look for what isn't there." The gloom spread from a crack in the rock. Above the crack, where the crystal dome met the stone, Finn noticed something. A cluster of glowing moss, usually vibrant emerald, was dull and brown. Entangled within it was a thick mass of choking, dark vines he hadn't seen before, vines that seemed to be dripping a faint, viscous sap onto the rock below, feeding the slime. It wasn't magic, it was a physical blockage strangling the light source and poisoning the water. "The light is blocked," Finn exclaimed, pointing upwards. "See, those dark vines are choking the moss that feeds the crystal dome, and that sap is making the slime grow." The moonlit mice followed his gaze, their tiny eyes wide. They hadn't looked up. Their world was the spring and its banks. But too high, the lead mouse chimed sadly. "Wings weak, gloom strong." Finn smiled. "But I can reach, and I have friends." He carefully took out his pocket knife, a small, blunt thing used for whittling, but sharp enough for vines. "We need to cut those dark vines away and clear the moss." He looked at the mice. "Can you help, maybe, carry away the bits I cut down, so they don't fall in the spring?" Hope flickered in the Micah's silver glow. They chimed excitedly. The lead mouse gestured towards the baskets. "Use baskets, carry bad vines." Finn carefully moved Mistress Laurel's sturdiest basket beneath the overhang. Then, with the mice hovering nearby like anxious fireflies, he began. It was painstaking work. He had to climb carefully on the slippery rocks, reaching high. The dark vines were tough and fibrous, resisting his small knife. But he persevered, sawing patiently. As each strand gave way, the mice darted in, their tiny strength multiplied by determination. Working together, they hauled the severed vines, dripping with the viscous sap, into the basket. Finn gently brushed away the choking debris from the glowing moss. With each vine removed, more pure moonlight filtered through the crystal dome. With each handful of choking debris cleared, the emerald moss began to pulse faintly brighter. Finn noticed the dark slime patch below seemed to recoil from the increasing light. Finally, the last major vine was cut and hauled away. Finn carefully cleaned the moss with handfuls of clean water from the unaffected part of the spring, scooped in Milo's polished stones, which made perfect little buckets in his hands. As the moss revived, bathing the spring in stronger, cleaner light, the dark slime visibly shriveled, losing its sickly pulse, until it was just a harmless, damp stain on the rock. The churning of the spring subsided. The water regained its crystal clarity, its gentle melody strengthening. The entire grotto filled with a serene, silvery radiance. The moonlit mice erupted in a chorus of pure, bell-like joy, swirling around Finn in a glittering dance of gratitude, their wings casting shimmering reflections on the water. Finn gathered the village items. The tarts were ruined, but he carefully placed Milo's stones back near the spring's edge, now part of its story. He folded Mistress Laurel's baskets neatly. The lead mouse fluttered down to his open palm. Springwell light strong, it chimed, its tiny face radiant. Thank you, Finn of Willowbrook, we sorry for taking, thought bright things help. It's okay, Finn said softly. You were trying to help the spring. Next time maybe just ask. We have herbs and things that might actually help plants. The mouse nodded vigorously. Ask, yes, friends now. Finn walked back to Willowbrook as true night finally deepened, carrying the baskets. Bartholomew emerged from the ferns, a knowing smile on his snout. Observant eyes and a kind heart make the best detectives, young Finn. I trust the mystery is resolved. Finn explained everything as they walked back to the village square. He returned the baskets to a bewildered but relieved Mistress Laurel. He told Widow Hemsley about the valiant, misguided mice protecting their spring, omitting the fate of the tarts. He assured Milo his stones were guarding a magical place. The next morning, Widow Hemsley left a small plate of fresh oat cakes dusted with sugar near the woods for the little guardians, she said. Milo left a few particularly shiny pebbles by the wishing well, hoping the mice might like them. And Finn, with his father's help, built a small, sturdy wooden box near the path to the Whispering Woods. Inside, he placed clean cloths, a small jar of healing salve Mistress Laurel made for plants, and a note with a simple drawing of a moon and a mouse. A little lending library for their tiny neighbors. That evening, as Finn sat by his window, the warm amber light from the cottages below painting the misty square, he saw them. Tiny points of silver light, like drifting stars, emerged from the woods. They hovered near the new box, chiming softly. One darted down, picked up a small piece of clean cloth no bigger than a thumbnail with a collective effort, and fluttered back towards the crystal spring, leaving behind a single, perfect raspberry from Widow Hemsley's garden on the box lit a silent thank you. Finn smiled, the cozy warmth of the bookbinder's shop wrapping around him like a blanket. The strange occurrences had been a call for help, disguised as a mystery. And the solution hadn't been magic spells or fierce battles, but careful observation, a willingness to understand, and the simple, powerful magic of offering kindness. As the last silver light vanished into the woods, Finn closed his eyes, the gentle chime of the mice echoing the peaceful rhythm of Willowbrook's heart, a lullaby of friendship and solved mysteries under the everlasting twilight. The fire crackled low in the hearth, its warm light dancing on the walls, a perfect echo of the crystal spring's restored glow, promising a night filled with quiet wonder and sweet dreams. Story 3. The first chill of autumn had settled over the Willow Creek Valley, painting the leaves of the whispering woods in fiery hues of crimson, gold, and amber. Yet within a snug cottage nestled beneath the oldest oak tree, young Finn felt only a knot of unease tightening in his chest. Change, like the relentless turning of the seasons, was sweeping through his quiet world, and he felt utterly unprepared. Finn had always found comfort in the predictable rhythm of his days, tending his small garden patch beside the cottage, sketching the intricate patterns of spiderwebs glistening with dew, and sharing stories with his dearest friend, a plump gray rabbit named Bramble. But lately whispers had begun, whispers carried on the cinnamon-spiced breeze about a great gathering in the valley beyond the woods, a place Finn had never dared venture. His grandmother, whose wise eyes seemed to hold the secrets of the forest itself, gently suggested it was time for him to see more of the world. The very thought made Finn's palms sweat and his heart flutter like a trapped moth. One crisp morning, as Finn listlessly raked fallen leaves into a pile, a particularly vibrant scarlet leaf drifted down, landing softly on his sleeve. As he plucked it off, a strange warmth pulsed from it into his fingertips. He gasped. The leaf shimmered, its veins glowing with a soft, golden light, and for a fleeting second, Finn saw not just the leaf, but a miniature, perfect image of the oak tree it had fallen from, vibrant and whole. Then the light faded, leaving just an ordinary, beautiful leaf. Bewildered, Finn tucked it carefully into his pocket, feeling its faint, comforting warmth against his leg. That evening, over a supper of vegetable stew and crusty bread beside the crackling hearth, Finn confided in Bramble. The rabbit, his nose twitching thoughtfully, nudged Finn's hand with his soft head. "Strange things happen near the change of seasons, Finn," Bramble murmured, his voice a gentle rustle of dry grass. "The forest remembers. Maybe it's trying to tell you something, like the way I remember where the juiciest clover hides, even under snow." Finn sighed, stroking Bramble's fur, finding solace in his friend's steadfast presence. "But Bramble, the gathering, so many creatures, so much noise. What if I get lost? What if I say the wrong thing? What if I'm not ready?" The leaf in his pocket seemed to grow warmer. The next day, feeling restless, Finn wandered deeper into the woods than usual. He found himself near the moss-covered stones, marking the edge of Old Man Hemlock's garden. Hemlock wasn't truly old, nor entirely a man. He was one of the valley's rare greenwardens, beings attuned to the deep magic of growing things. He was bent over a patch of wilting moon petals, their silvery blooms drooping sadly. Finn hesitated, then approached. "Trouble with the moon petals, Master Hemlock?" Finn asked softly, his voice barely disturbing the quiet hum of the forest. Hemlock looked up, his eyes the deep green of shaded ferns, crinkling at the corners. "Ah, Finn, change troubles them as it troubles many. They sense the deepening cold, the shorter days. They resist letting go of their summer bloom, fearing the sleep that comes after." He gently touched a drooping petal. "But the sleep isn't an end, Finn. It's where they gather strength, dreaming of spring. Without the letting go, there can be no new growth, no transformation." Finn's hand instinctively closed around the warm leaf in his pocket. How do they learn to let go?" he whispered. Hemlock smiled, a slow sunrise spreading across his weathered face. "By trusting the cycle, by feeling the sun on their leaves even as they fade, knowing it will return, by remembering the strength of their roots deep in the nourishing earth, and sometimes," he added, his gaze resting knowingly on Finn's pocket, "by listening to the small magics that whisper encouragement." He handed Finn a small, smooth seed. "Hold this. Feel its potential. It holds an entire tree within its tiny shell, waiting for the right moment, the right conditions to unfurl. Change isn't something to be feared, it's the magic of becoming." Finn held the seed, feeling its hard promise, its quiet life force. The leaf in his pocket pulsed warmly in response. He spent the afternoon helping Hemlock gently prune the moon petals, whispering words of encouragement he wasn't sure he believed for himself. As he worked, he noticed small, almost imperceptible shifts. A drooping stem seemed to straighten slightly. A fading petal glowed with a faint inner light. It mirrored the small flicker of courage warming his own chest. The night before the great gathering, a sudden, unexpected frost swept through the valley, sharper and earlier than anyone anticipated. Finn woke to a world glittering under a brittle, silver crust. Panic seized him. His garden. His precious late-blooming starflowers, delicate and vulnerable. He rushed outside, Bramble hopping anxiously at his heels. The sight was heartbreaking. His beloved starflowers, usually bursting with vibrant purple blooms, were bowed and blackened, encased in ice. Finn sank to his knees on the frosty ground, despair washing over him like the icy wind. They're ruined, he choked out, tears stinging his eyes. I wasn't ready, I didn't protect them. Bramble nudged his arm insistently. Look closer, Finn, look. Wiping his eyes, Finn peered at the nearest frozen starflower. Trapped within the clear ice, deep within the heart of the blackened bloom, he saw it a tiny, perfect sphere of light, no bigger than a dewdrop, pulsing with a soft, resilient purple glow. It was like the image he'd seen in the leaf, but alive, fighting. Just then Old Man Hemlock appeared, carrying a small, steaming kettle. Without a word, he poured warm, not hot, water gently over the frozen stems of one starflower. The ice melted away, revealing the blackened petals. But the tiny sphere of light within pulsed brighter. Hemlock placed his hand gently over the bloom. A soft green-gold light emanated from his palm, sinking into the plant. Slowly, miraculously, the blackened petals shriveled and fell away. From the very center, where the sphere of light had been, a vibrant green shoot emerged, unfurling 2 tiny, perfect new leaves, glowing with health and promise. The frost wasn't the end, Finn, Hemlock said softly. It was a test, a harsh change. The true magic, the life force, was protected deep within. It needed the challenge, the release of the old, to find the strength to transform. Finn looked from the resilient new shoot to the warm leaf in his hand, then to the seed Hemlock had given him, which he'd kept safe in his pocket beside the leaf. The seed felt warmer, almost vibrating. The leaf pulsed in time with his own heartbeat. He understood. His fear of the gathering, his resistance to leaving the familiar woods, was like the frost a challenge. His courage, his potential, was the tiny light within, waiting to be released. Taking a deep, shaky breath filled with the crisp, frosty air, Finn stood up. He looked at Bramble, whose eyes shone with unwavering faith. He looked at Hemlock, whose quiet strength was a steady anchor. He looked at the transformed starflower, a beacon of resilience. I think, Finn said, his voice firmer than it had been in weeks, I am ready to see the gathering. The journey through the whispering woods felt different. Finn noticed things he'd always overlooked, the intricate lacework of frost on spiderwebs, the way the rising sun set the ice crystals ablaze like scattered diamonds, the comforting creak of ancient trees. He held the warm leaf and the pulsing seed tightly. Bramble hopped beside him, occasionally darting ahead with encouraging twitches of his whiskers. As they approached the edge of the woods, the sounds of the gathering reached them, a harmonious blend of chatter, music, and laughter. Finn's steps faltered. The sheer number of creatures, badgers, foxes, stoats, owls, hedgehogs, even a shy family of deer gathered in the sun-drenched valley clearing, was overwhelming. He felt the old panic rise, cold and sharp. Then he felt the leaf grow intensely warm in his hand. He pulled it out. It wasn't just glowing golden now. It shimmered with swirling colors, deep forest green, sky blue, vibrant purple like his starflowers. As he gazed at it transfixed, a sense of calm washed over him, warm as sunlight. He saw not just the oak tree, but the whole forest within the leaf interconnected, alive, resilient, and beautiful. He saw himself, a small but integral part of its tapestry. He took another step, then another, emerging from the tree line. Heads turned. Friendly eyes, curious but kind, looked his way. For a moment, Finn froze. But then Bramble nudged his ankle, and he felt the seed pulse warmly against his chest. He remembered the moon petals letting go, the starflower transforming, the deep roots hemlock spoke of. A tall, elegant badger wearing a garland of autumn berries approached. "Welcome, young one," she said, her voice warm and melodious. "You've come from the Whispering Woods. We seldom see new faces from that deep glade. Will you share its stories?" Finn's throat felt dry. He looked down at the leaf in his hand, glowing softly, a miniature world of courage. He took a deep breath, the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves filling his senses. He thought of his grandmother, of Hemlock's wisdom, of Bramble's loyalty, of the frost and the resilient light. "Yes," Finn said, his voice clear and steady, surprising himself. "Yes, I will." He sat down on a sun-warmed rock, Bramble settling contentedly at his feet. As he began to speak, describing the ancient oak, the frost-kissed spiderwebs, the magic of the changing leaves, and the quiet lessons whispered by the forest itself, something remarkable happened. Small, luminous flowers, the exact colors swirling in his leaf deep green, sky blue, vibrant purple, began to bloom in a gentle circle around where he sat, their petals soft as velvet, releasing a sweet, calming fragrance. The creatures listened, entranced, as Finn, the boy who feared change, wove tales of the woods he loved, his voice gaining confidence with each word. He spoke of Hemlock's garden, of the moon petals learning to trust the cycle, of the starflower's hidden light surviving the frost. He spoke of the leaf's warmth and the seed's promise. He didn't preach, he simply shared his journey, his own small transformation reflected in the magical blooms surrounding him. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues that mirrored the forest canopy, Finn finished his tale. The clearing was quiet, filled with a profound sense of peace. The badger nodded, her eyes shining. "You carry the true magic of the Whispering Woods within you, Finn. The magic of seeing, of feeling, of growing through the seasons of the heart." The walk back through the darkening woods felt different yet again. Finn carried no fear, only a deep contentment, a quiet joy buzzing softly within him like a contented bee. The magical flowers had faded as he left the gathering, but the warmth of the leaf and the seed remained, a gentle pulse against his skin. Bramble hopped beside him, radiating quiet pride. When they reached the cottage, Grandmother was waiting, her smile as warm as the hearth fire. She saw it immediately, the new light in Finn's eyes, the ease in his shoulders, the quiet confidence that hadn't been there before. She simply opened her arms, and Finn walked into her embrace, the scent of lavender and wood smoke wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. Later, sitting by the fire, Finn carefully planted the seed Hemlock had given him in a small pot filled with rich, dark earth. He placed the still glowing autumn leaf beside it on the windowsill, where it cast a soft, multicolored light. Bramble curled up on the rug, already half asleep. Finn looked out at the Whispering Woods, now silhouetted against the twilight sky. The trees stood tall and strong, embracing the coming winter, their branches etched black against the deepening blue. He thought of the frost, the fear, the warmth of friendship, the unexpected magic, and the simple, profound act of stepping forward. Change, he understood now, wasn't a storm to be weathered with dread, but a season to be lived, a necessary part of the grand, beautiful cycle of becoming. It held challenges, yes, like the frost, but within those challenges lay the seeds of transformation, the hidden light waiting to emerge, stronger and brighter than before. He gently touched the soil covering the seed, feeling the life humming patiently beneath the surface. Outside, the first star of the evening winked into existence. Finn smiled, a peaceful, knowing smile. He was still Finn, lover of quiet gardens and spiderwebs, friend to Bramble. But he was also Finn who had walked beyond the woods, Finn who had shared his story, Finn, whose courage had bloomed unexpected flowers. He was growing, changing, transforming just like the forest, just like the seasons. And that, he realized, gazing at the warm glow of the leaf and the promise in the pot, was the most magical thing of all. The gentle crackle of the fire, the soft sigh of the wind outside, and Bramble's rhythmic breathing wove a lullaby of perfect peace as Finn closed his eyes, his heart full of the quiet wonder of his own unfolding story, safe in the knowledge that change, when met with an open heart and trusted friends, was simply the world helping you discover the beautiful magic you already held within, waiting to bloom. The seeds of courage, once planted, would always find their way to the sun. Story 4. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn, and the river sang a constant, burbling lullaby. In this quiet place lived a boy named Benji, whose most prized possession was a simple brass pocket watch left to him by his grandfather. It didn't keep perfect time, it often ran slow, especially on cloudy afternoons, and its ticking was a soft, irregular tick-tock tick that sounded more like a sleepy heartbeat than a precise machine. Benji loved it anyway. He carried it everywhere, tucked safely in his overalls pocket, its worn surface warm against his palm. One damp autumn afternoon, while helping his mother sort through dusty boxes in the attic, Benji discovered something unusual. Hidden beneath a stack of faded quilts was a small, velvet-lined case. Inside, nestled like a secret, was a tiny golden key, no bigger than his thumbnail, shaped like a winding leaf. A note in his grandfather's familiar, looping script was tucked beside it. For the watch, when the time is right, find the heartwood. Intrigued, Benji carefully inserted the leaf key into a tiny, almost invisible slot on the back of his pocket watch he'd never noticed before. With a gentle snick, it turned. Instead of winding the mainspring tighter, however, the watch face shimmered like sunlight on water. The familiar numbers faded, replaced by swirling, iridescent colors, deep forest greens, sky blues, and the warm gold of honey. And the ticking, it changed. Now it pulsed with a soft, resonant hum, like the deep vibration of a giant, contented cat or the very earth breathing. A faint scent of damp earth and old paper filled the air around him. That night, unable to sleep, Benji held the humming watch. As he traced the swirling colors, a strange sensation washed over him. He wasn't just seeing the colors, he was feeling them. Green felt like cool moss under bare feet and the rustle of leaves. Blue felt like the crisp bite of high mountain air. Gold felt like the comforting warmth of fresh-baked cinnamon buns. And with each pulse of the hum, a fleeting image flashed in his mind. A towering, ancient oak tree deep in the whispering woods, its bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and flow. Benji knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was the heartwood his grandfather had mentioned. His ordinary watch had become something extraordinary, a compass, not for direction, but for feeling. Its magic seemed to resonate with the living world itself. He had to find that tree. The next morning, with a knapsack holding a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, and his humming watch, Benji slipped out before dawn, the mist curling around his ankles like curious cats. The whispering woods lived up to their name. Tall pines sighed secrets to each other in the breeze, ferns uncurled like shy green fingers, and sunlight dappled the path in shifting patterns. Benji held the watch, letting its gentle pulse guide him. When the colors swirled intensely green and the hum deepened, he knew he was on the right path. His journey wasn't long in miles, but it felt vast in wonder. He paused by a sparkling brook where the watch hummed a cheerful, tinkling sound, and the water seemed to chuckle in response. He crossed a meadow where butterflies, drawn by the watch's golden light, fluttered around him in a silent, colorful dance, leaving trails of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of wildflowers. His first helper appeared as Benji navigated a thicket of brambles. Perched on a moss-covered branch, observing him with large, unblinking amber eyes, was a tawny owl named Hoot. Hoot wasn't like other owls who slept all day. He was a philosopher, fascinated by the ticking of the world. "Greetings, small traveler," Hoot hooted softly, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "That thing it hums with the old song, the song of roots and stars, what do you seek?" Benji, startled but comforted by the owl's calm presence, explained about the watch and the heartwood tree. Hoot tilted his head thoughtfully. "Ah, the grandfather oak, deep it lies where the shadows gather thickest. But shadows are not always dark, young one. Sometimes they cradle light, follow the hum when it feels deepest, like the earth sighing." Hoot then fluttered down, using his surprisingly strong talons to carefully lift aside a particularly thorny branch, clearing Benji's path. "Wisdom often sounds like silence," he added cryptically before returning to his perch. Deeper into the woods Benji went, the light growing dimmer, the air cooler and rich with the scent of decaying leaves and rich soil. The watch's hum grew deeper, more resonant, vibrating gently in his hand. He felt a sense of quiet reverence, like stepping into a vast, ancient library. His path was blocked next not by thorns, but by a sheer, mossy rock face slick with moisture. As Benji pondered how to climb it, a small, prickly ball uncurled from behind a cluster of bright red toadstools. It was a hedgehog named Prickle. Unlike Hoot's serene wisdom, Prickle was all nervous energy, his tiny nose twitching constantly, his dark eyes wide and watchful. "Oh dear, oh dear," Prickle squeaked, his voice high and fast. "The slippery wall, it's terribly treacherous. One wrong step and whoosh, down you go. Saw a squirrel try it last week, ended up with a very sore tail." He shuffled closer, peering at the watch in Benji's hand. "Ooh, shiny hummy thing makes the moss feel happy. Yes, happy moss is less slippery moss." Prickle, despite his fear, had an incredible knowledge of the forest floor. He showed Benji hidden handholds, tiny ledges, and roots cleverly disguised by the velvet moss that formed a safe, winding path up the rock face. "Just go slow," Prickle advised, his spines quivering. "Slow and steady listens to the happy moss. Fast feet make for bumpy landings." Benji followed Prickle's guidance, feeling the cool, yielding texture of the happy moss under his fingers, guided by the watch's reassuring thrum. Finally, beyond the rock face, in a clearing bathed in shafts of dusty golden light filtering through the immense canopy, Benji saw it. The grandfather oak. It was magnificent. Its trunk was wider than Benji's cottage, its bark deeply furrowed like the wise face of an ancient king, swirling with patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer as he watched. High above, its branches spread like a vast, protective roof, adorned with leaves that rustled with a sound like distant, contented whispers. The watch in his hand pulsed with a strong, warm golden light, and the hum resonated perfectly with the deep, quiet energy radiating from the tree. It felt like coming home. Benji approached reverently, placing his small hand on the cool, ridged bark. As he did, the swirling colors on the watch face intensified, forming a clear image. Not the tree itself, but a hollow in its roots, hidden behind a curtain of emerald ferns. Inside the hollow, Benji found not treasure, but something else entirely. It was a simple wooden box, carved with the same swirling patterns as the tree's bark. Inside lay another note from his grandfather, and a single perfect acorn, glowing faintly with a soft, inner light. The note read, "Benji, my boy, you found it. The watch wasn't just to keep time, but to feel it, to feel the world's heart beating. This acorn holds a memory, the memory of a great sadness that once befell the grandfather oak, a blight that threatened its ancient spirit. The watch, when attuned here, can help heal such wounds, not by changing the past, but by soothing the memory, allowing new growth. Use its song wisely. Remember. Some things are meant to stay as they are, and healing often comes from understanding, not erasing. Tend the memory. Tend the tree." Benji understood. The watch's magic wasn't about rewinding time or forcing change. It was about resonance, empathy, soothing the echoes of pain so new life could flourish. he held the humming watch near the glowing acorn. He closed his eyes, not trying to do anything, but simply feeling. He felt the watch's gentle pulse, the deep, ancient strength of the oak, and the faint, lingering ache within the acorn, a memory of dryness, of creeping grayness. He let the watch's hum, a sound like deep roots drinking, like sunlight warming cold bark, wash over the acorn's light. He poured his own feelings of peace, respect, and hope into the connection. Slowly the faint ache within the acorn's glow softened, then faded, replaced by a pure, steady warmth. The acorn's light brightened, pulsing gently in time with the watch. Benji carefully placed the acorn back in its hollow, nestled amongst the soft moss at the tree's base. As he did, a single vibrant green shoot, impossibly bright, unfurled from the moss right beside it, reaching towards the dappled sunlight. The challenge wasn't fought with strength, but met with quiet presence and understanding. He hadn't forced the memory away, he had acknowledged it, soothed it, allowing the tree's own enduring spirit to strengthen. Hoot glided silently down to land on a low branch nearby. The song deepens, he observed, his amber eyes reflecting the acorn's soft glow. The old sadness rests, well sung, small keeper. Prickle, who had cautiously followed, poked his nose out from behind a fern. Ooh, new green bit, very shiny, less ouchy than thistles. He nudged Benji's ankle gently with his cool nose. Good hummy thing work. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The colors seemed brighter, the scents sweeter. The watch still hummed in Benji's pocket, but its song felt lighter, harmonious with the world around him. He understood now that its magic wasn't for grand gestures, but for small moments of connection, feeling the cool relief of the brook, the sleepy contentment of the meadow at dusk, the quiet resilience of an ancient tree. He understood his grandfather's gift, the wisdom to listen to the world's heartbeat and respond with kindness. Back in Willowbrook, as evening painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Benji sat on his porch step. He held the watch, its face now showing the familiar, slightly slow-moving numbers again, the leaf key safely tucked away. The irregular tick-tock-tick was a comforting sound, a reminder of the deeper hum beneath the surface. He knew the grandfather oak stood strong, its memory soothed, a tiny green shoot promising future growth. He felt changed, filled with a quiet wonder and a new sense of connection to everything around him, the chirping crickets, the scent of wood smoke drifting from chimneys, the cool evening air on his skin. Benji smiled, the warm glow of the setting sun mirroring the warmth in his chest. He knew the world was full of extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things, waiting for a kind heart and a listening ear to discover them. And as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, the gentle, irregular heartbeat of the watch in his pocket seemed to whisper, "Rest now. All is well," and in the peaceful quiet of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the emerging stars, Benji knew it truly was. The journey had ended, leaving behind a lasting comfort, a quiet wisdom, and the profound peace of a world understood a little better, one gentle heartbeat at a time. Story 5. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veiled in perpetual twilight, lived a realm unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew in emerald tapestries thick enough to muffle footsteps, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and pine sap. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in liquid gold shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny stars. In this place, the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as a spider's silk, and every creature understood their role in the great, breathing tapestry of life. Young Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes like polished acorns, often scampered along the high branches, his heart full of restless curiosity. One crisp autumn morning, he noticed something amiss. The usually vibrant maples wore leaves of dull brown instead of fiery crimson, and the creek's song had dwindled to a weary murmur. Even the wind seemed listless, carrying none of the usual whispers of migrating birds or rustling seeds. why does the forest sigh? Bramble asked his grandmother, Elder Fern, as they shared hazelnuts in their cozy dray lined with thistledown. Elder Fern's whiskers trembled as she breathed in the uneasy air. "The Heartstone sleeps too deeply," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves skittering over stone. Long ago, when the world was young, the first forest guardians placed a crystal deep within the mossroot cavern. It pulses with the seasons, warm as summer honey in July, cool as winter frost in December, but when balance wavers, its rhythm falters. She described how the Heartstone's magic flowed through the roots, dictating when flowers bloomed, when rivers swelled, and when the frost giants painted patterns on ponds. Without its song the seasons blur, autumn's fire cannot ignite, and winter's rest grows restless. Determined to help, Bramble ventured toward the mossroot cavern, guided by the faint, melancholic chime only the keenest ears could detect. Along the way he met Luna, a silver-pelted hare whose nose twitched at the scent of decaying mushrooms. "The earth feels tired," she fretted, her paws sinking into spongy moss that should have been springy. Deeper still, Bramble found Orion, an old badger whose burrow walls glittered with frost despite the lingering autumn warmth. "The Heartstone's dreams are troubled," Orion rumbled, his breath misting in the unseasonable chill. "It remembers a time when the forest forgot harmony." Together the trio descended into the cavern, where bioluminescent fungi cast an eerie blue glow on walls slick with condensation. The air grew heavy with the scent of wet stone and ancient secrets. At the cavern's heart lay the Heartstone, a geode as large as a badger, its amethyst interior pulsing with a weak, irregular light. Cracks spiderwebbed its surface, and instead of a resonant hum, it emitted a fractured jingle like icicles shattering. "The stone feeds on unity," Orion explained. "When creatures live out of step, hoarding nuts beyond need, silencing dawn choruses, or forgetting gratitude, its light dims." Bramble recalled Elder Fern's tales, how fireflies wove constellations to guide lost seedlings, how beavers' dams nurtured fish nurseries, and how even fallen logs became cradles for new life. "We must remind the Heartstone of our song," he declared. Luna thumped her hind legs, summoning wood mice who drummed rhythms on hollow reeds. Orion hummed a low, grounding melody that echoed through the stone. Bramble scurried up stalactites, dropping dew-kissed berries into the geode's cracks, offerings of sweetness to mend bitterness. One by one the forest joined. Wrens trilled from the cavern's mouth, their notes weaving with the babble of the newly awakened creek outside. Deer stamped gentle percussion on the moss, while butterflies dusted the Heartstone with pollen, each grain carrying a whispered promise of spring. The cavern filled with a symphony of rustling, chirping, and humming, a sound as rich as sunlight and as comforting as a knitted blanket. Slowly the cracks in the Heartstone began to seal, glowing first like a shy ember, then blazing into a steady, violet radiance. Outside, magic rippled through the Whisperwood. Maples erupted in crimson canopies, so vivid they stained the mist scarlet. The creek swelled, singing a jubilant aria over smoothed pebbles. Frost retreated from Orion's den, replaced by the earthy perfume of thawing soil. As the first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, featherlight and silent, they settled on branches already dreaming of spring sap. Bramble returned to Elder Fern, his paws numb with cold but his heart warm. She nuzzled his head, her eyes reflecting the fireflies now dancing in harmonious spirals outside their dray. "You see, little one," she whispered, "balance is not a grand spell but 1,000 small kindnesses, a shared nut, a tended sapling, a song offered freely." That night, as Bramble curled in his bed of milkweed silk, he listened to the wind's restored lullaby. It carried the Heartstone's renewed pulse, steady as a heartbeat, gentle as falling snow, singing of seasons turning in perfect, patient rhythm. And in that deep, contented silence he understood, the true magic was not in the stone, but in the forest's quiet, collective wisdom, a harmony woven by every root, wing, and paw, forever and always. Story 6. The soft hum of the Wayfarer's Rest space station filled the docking bay, a gentle thrum beneath the chatter of merchants and clatter of cargo. In a quiet corner Pip huddled, a small, furry creature from the emerald forests of Viridia, with ears like velvet leaves and eyes that glowed like moonlit ponds. Her people spoke in soft whistles and chirps, a language of rustling branches and flowing streams. Today she trembled. She'd been separated from her caretaker during a trade run, and the station's cold metal corridors felt like a cage. Nearby, Kale stood motionless, a crystalline being from the diamond mountains of Crix, his body a shifting kaleidoscope of amethyst and quartz. He communicated through pulsing light and resonant hums, a language of seismic shifts and starlight. To others he seemed cold, unfeeling. But inside, worry vibrated through his facets. He'd been sent to negotiate mineral rights, yet the station's cacophony made his thoughts fracture like fractured gemstones. Their first meeting was a collision of confusion. Pip, darting toward a familiar-sounding whistle, bumped into Kale's leg. Startled, she unleashed a flurry of anxious chirps. Kale, misreading the high-pitched sounds as aggression, flared his lights in warning, a harsh, blinding glare. Pip shrank back, whiskers quivering. Danger, her instincts screamed. This shining giant is angry. Kale, seeing her cower, dimmed his glow, confused. Why did this small creature fear him? He'd only meant to say, "Are you lost?" Days passed in lonely parallel. Pip nested in a storage crate lined with discarded thermal blankets, dreaming of Viridia's warm rains. Kale paced the observation deck, tracing star maps on the viewports with light-tipped fingers. The station's AI announced a coming solar storm, a routine alert until a shockwave rattled the hull. Alarms blared. Lights flickered. Emergency protocols sealed the bay doors, trapping Pip and Kale in Section Gamma as the station's power failed. Darkness swallowed them, broken only by Kale's soft internal glow and Pip's luminescent eyes. Panic surged. Pip trilled a distress call, alone, cold, afraid. Kale pulsed back, low and steady. Quiet, conserve energy, but Pip, misunderstanding his calm as indifference, scurried away. Her paw caught in a tangle of wires. A sharp yelp echoed. Kale moved toward the sound, his light revealing Pip's trapped leg. He hummed a question, "Pain." Pip's answering chirp was a thready whisper. Yes, slowly, Kale extended a crystalline hand. Pip flinched, but his touch was warm, not sharp. With precise vibrations, he shattered the wire's casing. Pip pulled free, trembling. For the first time she chirped not in fear, but gratitude. "Thank you, Shining One." Kale's light bloomed soft gold. "You are welcome, small singer." The storm raged outside. Radiation seeped through the shields, draining Kale's energy. His glow dimmed to a faint flicker. Pip watched, sensing his weakness. On Viridia, her kind healed with sonic lullabies. Tentatively she wove a melody, gentle chirps and hums that mimicked raindrops and wind chimes. Kale's facets brightened, resonance humming through him like a tuning fork. "This sound it mends," he pulsed, astonished. Pip nuzzled his bass, chirping, "Friends help." Together they faced the cold. Kale used his mineral senses to locate a heat vent beneath the floor grates. Pip, agile and small, wriggled into ducts to clear debris. When Kale's light guttered, Pip sang until his crystals hummed back to life. When Pip shivered, Kale focused his warmth around her like a lantern. They shared memories, Kale painting starfields with light, Pip chirping tales of forest canopies. Misunderstandings melted. Pip learned Kale's silence was deep thought. Kale realized Pip's chatter was joy. A final crisis came. The storm's peak cracked a viewport. Air hissed out. Pip's crate tumbled toward the void. Kale lunged, anchoring himself with crystalline spikes as he caught it. "Hold on," his light screamed. Pip scrambled not to flee, but to help, chewing through a cable to weave a net. Straining, Kale hauled the crate back. They slumped together, breathless. Pip chirped a shaky tune. Kale pulsed gold, brave heart. Rescue arrived at dawn. As engineers restored power, Pip's caretaker rushed in, tearful. Kale's envoy arrived, stern-faced. But when Pip trilled, "This is my friend," and Kale glowed, "She is my light," the humans smiled. Pip curled on Kale's shoulder as they walked to the transport deck, her fur warm against his facets. "Stay," Pip chirped, nuzzling him. Kale's light wrapped around her like a blanket. "Always," he hummed. They didn't need words now. Friendship was the quiet understanding between chirp and glow, between forest and mountain, between two souls who'd weathered the dark and found constellations in each other. Outside the viewport, stars blazed, a tapestry of endless possibilities. Pip sang a lullaby of home. Kale hummed back a vow. And in that warm, quiet corner of the universe, friendship bloomed eternal, a gentle light no storm could ever dim. The end. Story 7. The first crisp breath of autumn stirred the leaves of the Whisperwood, painting the familiar green canopy in strokes of gold, russet, and flame. In a snug cottage nestled between ancient oaks lived a young gardener named Finn. Finn loved the steady rhythm of summer, the predictable unfurling of petals, the constant hum of bees, the way his beloved moon petals bloomed faithfully each dusk, their silver faces turned towards the rising moon. Change, especially the grand shift into autumn, filled him with a quiet unease. He'd watch the leaves flutter down like fallen stars, a tightness forming in his chest. "Why must it all go?" he'd murmur to his faithful terrier, Pippin, who merely thumped his tail against the warm hearthstones. Finn's garden, usually a riot of summer color, felt like a stage waiting for the curtain to fall. His prized moon petals, sensing the shortening days, began to droop, their luminous glow dimming. One evening, as a cider-scented breeze carried the first whispers of frost, Finn found a peculiar package on his moss-covered doorstep. It was wrapped in paper that shimmered like a dragonfly's wing, tied with a cord spun from dried lavender stalks. Inside lay a single seed, unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the deep, velvety purple of twilight, flecked with tiny points of light that seemed to shift and dance when touched by the firelight. A note written in elegant, looping script read simply, "Plant where the heart fears to tread, water with courage." Finn puzzled over it. Where did his heart fear to tread? Not the dark forest paths, he knew them well. Not the high meadow. It was the idea of the garden changing, of letting go of the summer's bounty, that truly unsettled him. He realized the seed was meant for the bare patch of earth at the very center of his garden, a spot he'd always avoided replanting since his cherished starblooms had faded the previous autumn. It felt like a wound, a reminder of loss. Planting there felt like inviting more change, more inevitable loss. He confided in his two dearest friends. There was Bramble, the sturdy woodcutter with hands like gnarled roots and a laugh as deep as a well. Bramble saw change as simply the forest breathing necessary, natural, and full of its own rugged beauty. "Seasons turn, Finn," he rumbled, sipping spiced cider by Finn's fire. "The oak sheds its leaves not to die, but to gather strength for new growth. Seems to me that seed's askin' you to trust the turnin'." Then there was Layla, the quiet potter whose eyes held the calm depth of still ponds. She rarely spoke much, but her presence was a soothing balm. She simply placed a warm, clay-smelling hand over Finn's, where it clenched on the seed packet. "Sometimes," she whispered, "the deepest magic needs space made by letting go." Their gentle words, spoken in the warm, firelit cocoon of his cottage, eased the knot in Finn's chest, though it didn't vanish entirely. Taking a deep breath filled with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth, Finn took the twilight seed to the bare patch. The earth felt cool and strangely expectant beneath his fingers. He dug a small hole, placed the seed with trembling hands, and covered it. "Courage," he whispered, pouring not just water from his watering can, but pouring out his fear of the unknown onto the dark soil. He wasn't sure if he felt courageous, but he felt less alone. Days turned into weeks. Autumn deepened its hold. The moon petals finally closed their silver faces for the season, retreating into their roots. Finn felt the familiar pang, but now, alongside it, was a flicker of curiosity directed towards the bare patch. He tended it diligently, whispering words of encouragement, remembering Bramble's strength and Leela's quiet faith. Yet nothing happened. The patch remained stubbornly bare, a dark eye staring up at the gray sky. Doubt crept back in. Had he misunderstood? Had he failed? One frosty morning, Finn awoke to find the world transformed. A delicate lacework of ice covered every surface, sparkling like scattered diamonds under the pale sun. He pulled on his thick woolen socks and shuffled to the window, Pippin at his heels. His breath caught. In the very center of the bare patch, where the twilight seed lay buried, a single, impossibly slender shoot had pushed through the frozen earth. It was no taller than his thumb, yet it glowed with a soft, internal amethyst light, defying the frost clinging to its stem. It was fragile, yet undeniably there. As the days grew shorter and colder, the shoot grew with astonishing resilience. It didn't fear the frost, it seemed to draw strength from it. Tiny buds formed, encased in shimmering ice crystals, that refracted the weak winter sun into rainbows on the snow-covered ground. Finn watched in awe, tending it with warm water melted by the fire and whispers filled with newfound wonder. Bramble would stop by, stamping snow from his boots, to marvel at the icy bloom. "See, Finn, told ya, tough as old roots, that one." Leela would sit silently on the garden bench, her breath misting in the air, simply observing the plant's quiet defiance, a small, contented smile on her lips. The plant, which Finn began to call the frost bloom, didn't replace the moon petals. It existed alongside the sleeping garden, a testament to a different kind of beauty. Its blooms unfurled on the longest, coldest nights, not petals, but intricate structures of living ice, shaped like crystalline stars and delicate snowflakes. They emitted a soft, chiming sound when the wind stirred them, like tiny bells, and a scent as clean and sharp as mountain air. The light they cast was cool and silvery, illuminating the dormant garden in an ethereal glow. Watching the frost bloom thrive, where he had feared only barrenness, taught Finn profound lessons. He saw that change wasn't an ending, but a transformation. The garden wasn't dying, it was resting, gathering strength, and within it, new, unexpected magic was waiting to emerge, magic that required the cold, the quiet, the letting go. He learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the act of tending to something precious, even when fear whispered in his ear. Bramble's sturdy acceptance and Leela's quiet faith had been the water and sunlight for his own wilting spirit. One particularly clear, frost-laden night, with the stars blazing like icy pinpricks overhead, Finn stood beside the fully grown frost bloom. Its crystalline branches reached towards the moon, chiming softly. Pippin snuffled contentedly in the snow nearby. Finn no longer felt the tight dread of autumn's arrival. Instead, he felt a profound sense of peace, a deep belonging to the endless, beautiful cycle. He understood now that he was like the garden. His fear of change was the bare patch, the necessary space needing to be made. Planting the seed, tending it despite doubt, had been his own inner growth mirrored in the earth. The frost bloom's magic wasn't just in its icy beauty. It was the magic of resilience, of finding light in the dark, of discovering that within vulnerability lay the deepest strength. He looked back at his cottage, warm light spilling from the windows, where Bramble and Leela sat sharing stories by the fire, waiting for him. The scent of wood smoke mingled with the frost bloom's crisp perfume. The gentle chime of the icy blossoms was a lullaby for the sleeping earth. Finn smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile that started deep within his thawing heart. The seasons would keep turning, the garden would keep changing, and so would he. But now he knew he wasn't merely enduring the changes. He was growing alongside them, discovering new, unexpected blossoms within himself with every turn of the year. He bent down, touched a glowing crystalline petal, cool and vibrant under his fingertips, and whispered into the hushed, starry night, "Thank you." The frost bloom chimed softly in reply, a sound like comfort itself, echoing through the peaceful, sleeping Whisperwood. Story 8. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. "Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake." Pip's ears did a frantic jig. "Fear not, Fig, will find the source of this gummy gloom." Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. "The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear beans, but beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off." Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of Fig's sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. "Bravo, encore." Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. Story 9. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly, a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. "The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold." Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, house stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. "It's hurting them by accident," Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the Shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The Shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then. Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The Shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the Willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. Story 10. The distant stars winked through Silvana's lavender-hued atmosphere as Zorblax, a botanist from the misty forests of Glimmer, carefully brushed pollen from a cluster of luminous moonbells. His fur, a soft, mossy green today, rippled with contentment as he recorded the flowers' gentle humming in his journal. Suddenly, the sky fractured with silent lightning. A solar storm, unforeseen and violent, crackled across the heavens. Zorblax's shuttle sputtered, its systems failing as it spiraled toward the valley below. At the same moment, a crystalline scout ship piloted by Kalen, a geologist from the mineral-rich world of Quardex, plummeted through the atmosphere like a falling star. Their vessels crashed half a mile apart in Silvana's whispering woods, scattering leaves that glowed like embers in the twilight. When Zorblax crawled from his dented shuttle, his fur had turned stormy gray with fear. He whistled a trembling Glimmerian lullaby for courage. Nearby, Kalen emerged from his own wreckage, his angular body shimmering with fractured light. He moved with precise, stiff gestures, scanning the environment with eyes like polished amethyst. Their first meeting was a collision of worlds. Zorblax recoiled at Kalen's sharp edges and cold, clicking speech. Kalen, in turn, found the small, fluffy creature's vibrating whiskers and chirping sounds illogical, even alarming. Dangerous organic. Kalen's translator emitted in monotone as Zorblax's fur flashed warning red. Unstable mineral. Zorblax whistled back, mistaking Kalen's glow for aggression. They retreated to opposite clearings, each nursing bruised ribs and bruised pride beneath Silvana's triple moons. Dawn revealed their shared predicament. Zorblax's shuttle was buried under vine-choked rubble. Kalen's crystal engine had cracked, leaking iridescent coolant. Hunger gnawed at them both. Zorblax foraged for plump, star-shaped berries, their sweetness bursting on his tongue. He offered a cluster to Kalen, who prodded them suspiciously. Consumption inadvisable, the translator droned. Potential toxicity, 87%. Zorblax sighed, a sound like wind through reeds, and ate them himself. Later, Kalen attempted to extract lithium from glowing rocks, his palms radiating heat. When he offered a warm, smooth stone to Zorblax for comfort against the chill, the botanist shied away, fearing burns. Thermal output minimal, safe parameters, Kalen insisted, but Zorblax only saw the steam rising from the stone. Their misunderstandings piled up like autumn leaves, crisp, dry, and fragile. Everything changed when the sky weasels came. Silvana's native predators, sleek and shadow-quick, hunted in packs at dusk. Zorblax, trembling in a hollow log, heard their guttural clicks drawing near. Kalen, analyzing their biosignatures, calculated imminent danger. Without hesitation, he positioned himself between the log and the advancing pack, his body blazing like a sudden sunrise. The sky weasels screeched, blinded by the light. Zorblax, seeing Kalen's protective stance, darted out. With nimble paws, he scattered crushed dream petal blossoms, their soporific scent instantly calming the predators into a daze. As the creatures lumbered away, Kalen's glow softened to a warm gold. Efficiency, remarkable, his translator hummed. Zorblax's fur bloomed sunflower yellow with relief. That night, huddled in a cave lined with phosphorescent fungi, they shared their first true conversation. Kalen projected holograms of Quartex's singing canyons. Zorblax whistled melodies describing Glimmer's rain-soaked orchards. They learned to interpret fur colors and light patterns as words. Their greatest challenge arrived with the monsoon rains. Rivers swelled, threatening to flood the valley, where Kalen's cracked engine leaked toxins into Silvana's pristine soil. To reach higher ground, they needed to cross the Thunderbone Gorge, a chasm echoing with treacherous winds. Kalen, heavy and slow on the slick rocks, faltered halfway across a natural stone bridge. A ledge crumbled beneath him. Instinctively, Zorblax vaulted forward, his lightweight body anchored by prehensile toes as he grabbed Kalen's crystalline arm. Release, mass differential critical, Kalen warned. But Zorblax held fast, his fur blazing determined crimson. Together strong, he whistled, a phrase he'd learned from Kalen's data logs. Kalen, touched by the fragile creature's tenacity, focused his energy. His body emitted concentrated heat, fusing the crumbling ledge into solid glass beneath them. They crossed the gorge hand in hand, wind howling like a chorus of ancient spirits around them. On the high plateau, they built a beacon from salvaged parts, Kalen's fractured crystals amplifying Zorblax's bioelectric communicator. As they worked, Kalen noticed Zorblax shivering, his fur dull with exhaustion. Cortexians didn't comprehend cold, but Kalen remembered the warm stone Zorblax had once feared. He gathered sun-baked rocks, regulating his internal temperature to warm them gently. This time, Zorblax accepted the offering, pressing his cheek against the soothing heat. Gratitude flows, he hummed, his fur softening to contented periwinkle. Kalen's light pulsed in a rhythmic pattern Zorblax now understood as Cortexian laughter. Thermal exchange, mutually beneficial. When rescue ships finally pierced the clouds, Zorblax and Kalen stood shoulder to shoulder, one fluffy and earth-scented, the other luminous and geometric, beneath Silvana's setting suns. The colors melted across the sky, tangerine, rose, and deep cosmic violet. Query, will organic lifeform maintain contact? Kaelin's lights flickered uncertainly. Zorblax nuzzled Kaelin's smooth forearm, a gesture that once confused but now comforted them both. Friendship rooted, he whistled, the sound weaving into the wind. Across stars always. As their ships departed, Zorblax pressed a moonbell seed pod into Kaelin's hand, while Kaelin gave him a tiny, ever-warm crystal. Years later, a garden flourished on Quardex crystalline structures, supporting glowing vines that hummed Glimerian lullabies. And in Zorblax's forest home, a warm crystal lantern pulsed gently by his bed, casting light that whispered of steadfastness and unexpected grace. For in the silent language of the cosmos, they'd learned the simplest truth. Friendship isn't about speaking the same words, but hearing the same heartbeat beneath the noise of the universe. Story 11. In the valley of Misthaven, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs like gingerbread houses, lived a girl named Anya. Her village breathed magic as softly as sleep. Lanterns floated without strings, garden flowers hummed lullabies at dusk, and the air always carried the comforting scent of cinnamon from the hearths. But one crisp autumn week, as golden leaves pirouetted from the trees, peculiar disturbances began. Not frightening ones, but puzzling whispers of chaos that wrinkled the village's peaceful brow. It started with Widow Hester's prized copper teapot vanishing from her windowsill, only to reappear 3 days later perched atop the old stone well, now gleaming with delicate silver filigree it never had before. Then Master Fenwick the carpenter found his favorite chisel missing, discovered days after in his own tool shed, its wooden handle now inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Finally, young Benji's beloved wooden horse, carved by his grandfather, disappeared from his pillow, turning up beneath the ancient oak in the village square, its mane now threaded with real, silken strands of rainbow light. Anya noticed these oddities first. She had gentle eyes the color of acorns, and a mind that loved puzzles like bees love clover. Sitting by her window one evening, nibbling a honey-sweet oat cake, she watched fireflies blink their tiny lanterns and wondered, who would borrow such things only to return them lovelier? Her grandmother, a weaver whose tapestries told stories of the valley's magic, simply smiled. Some mysteries, little leaf, are invitations wrapped in riddles. The next morning, Anya decided to investigate. She visited Widow Hester's cottage first. The air inside smelled of lavender and chamomile tea, warm as a hug. The teapot was right here, Hester sighed, pointing to her sunlit sill. No footprints, no sound, just gone, but when it came back, she traced the new silver vines with a wrinkled finger. It pours smoother now, almost happily. Anya examined the sill. Nothing but a faint dusting of pollen. But as she leaned closer, her nose caught it, a whisper of crushed pine needles and starlight, a scent utterly foreign to Hester's garden. At Master Fenwick's workshop, the smell lingered again, pine and starlight, near the tool shed. Oddest thing, Fenwick rumbled, polishing the pearly chisel handle. Found it tucked beside the oakum, cool as dew. Fits my hand better now. Anya's eyes scanned the packed earth floor. There, barely visible, were tiny imprints like fern fronds pressed into the dirt. She measured one with her thumb, smaller than a hazelnut. Her search led her to the village's edge, where the whispering woods began. Trees stood like patient giants, their bark silvered with moss, branches heavy with amber leaves. Here, the pine starlight scent grew stronger. Anya hesitated. Children were told not to wander deep, but curiosity fluttered in her chest like a trapped moth. Just then, a soft chime sounded above her. A creature no larger than her palm hovered on wings like spun crystal. It had eyes like molten gold and fur the color of twilight. A lumisprit, Anya realized, rare, shy guardians of the woods, said to mend broken things with starlight. "Are you following the spark trail too?" The lumisprit chimed, its voice like tiny bells. My friend needs help. She's clumsy with apologies. Anya's heart swelled. Your friend took the things. The creature nodded, beckoning her deeper into the dappled shadows. She borrows beauty to fix bigger beauty, but she scatters pieces of herself everywhere. Guided by the Lumisprit, who introduced itself as Pip, Anya followed the fern prints and the fading scent. They wound past brooks chuckling over smooth stones, under arches of crimson ivy, until they reached a clearing where the air shimmered like heat off summer pavement. In the center stood a creature Anya had only heard in grandmother's tales, a moss glimmer. She was shaped like a stout hedgehog but covered in velvety moss instead of spines, with paws like delicate maple leaves. Before her lay Benji's wooden horse, half-wrapped in threads of iridescent light. But the moss glimmer wasn't working on it. She was weeping, her tears like dewdrops that hissed softly where they touched the ground. "Oh, Pip," she sniffled. "I tried to mend the great lantern, but I've only made more messes." She gestured miserably to a pile beside her, Widow Hester's teapot now slightly dented, Master Fenwick's chisel its new mother-of-pearl chipped, and a dozen other borrowed items, all shimmering but damaged. Behind her loomed the source of the trouble, a towering lantern carved from a single moonstone, taller than Anya. One of its panels lay cracked on the grass, leaking wisps of silvery light. Pip fluttered to Anya's shoulder. "This is Mossbud. Every autumn she gathers starlight in this lantern to weave the first frost. But this year a falling branch cracked it. She thought human things, stronger, brighter things, could patch it. But—" Pip sighed. "Starlight slips through human metal, and she's too shy to ask for help." Anya knelt, careful not to startle the trembling moss glimmer. "You return the teapot and chisel more beautiful than before," she said gently. "How?" Mossbud blinked tearfully. "I polished them with stardust to say thank you, but the lantern—" She patted the cracked moonstone. "It needs more than polish. It needs a binding, something that listens." An idea sparked in Anya's mind, bright as Pip's wings. What if, she breathed, the binding wasn't a thing but a sound, something that holds starlight like a net holds fish? She remembered her grandmother's words, "The valley's oldest magic is woven in kindness and song." Together they devised a plan. Pip and Mossbud gathered dewdrops and spider silk to stabilize the lantern's crack. Meanwhile, Anya raced back to the village. She found Widow Hester humming as she knitted, Master Fenwick whistling while he planed wood, and Benji giggling as he chased floating dandelion seeds. "I need your help," Anya explained. "Not your hands, but your voices." That evening, as the sun bled gold and purple over Misthaven, the villagers gathered at the wood's edge. Anya led them to the clearing, where Mossbud cowered behind the lantern, eyes wide. "Don't be afraid," Anya urged the moss glimmer. "They've come to mend with music." At her signal, the villagers began to hum, a low, warm thrumming that rose like steam from soup. Widow Hester's voice was a soft kettle whistle, Master Fenwick's a deep river current, Benji's a bright chime of laughter. The sound wrapped around the cracked lantern, seeping into the moonstone. Where their voices touched the starlight leaking out, the light thickened, then flowed back inside like liquid silver. The crack sealed itself not with stone or metal, but with a ribbon of solidified song. The great lantern blazed to life, bathing the clearing in soft, pearlescent radiance. Mossbud gasped, patting it with her leaf paws. "It's fixed. Better than fixed, it's harmonized." Pip danced joyful loops in the air. From then on, the moss glimmer visited openly, borrowing tools with polite requests and gifting stardust-polished trinkets in return. The villagers learned to leave mending baskets on their doorsteps, chipped cups, torn quilts, dull knives, which Mossbud would return gleaming with secret beauty. And every autumn equinox they gathered to sing the lantern strong, their voices weaving starlight into the first frost, which fell not cold but gentle as a sigh. Anya often sat by her window, watching frost patterns bloom like crystalline ferns on the glass. She'd sip from Widow Hester's teapot, now pouring stories as well as tea, and smile. The mystery hadn't been one of theft, but of loneliness and clumsy kindness, a reminder that even quiet hearts scatter trails of light, if only we think to follow them. Outside, the lumisprits wove constellations in the mist, the lantern's glow pulsed softly in the woods, and the village slept, wrapped in a deeper magic than before, the comfort of understanding, one stitch at a time. Story 12. The old cottage nestled deep within Whisperwood Forest had always been a sanctuary for young Theo. Its stone walls held the warmth of generations, and the scent of cedar logs mingled with cinnamon from his grandmother's baking. One stormy evening, as rain drummed against the leaded windows, Theo's grandmother handed him a curious object wrapped in velvet. This, she whispered, her eyes crinkling like autumn leaves, belonged to the Star Watchers. Inside lay a lantern made of frosted glass, its surface etched with constellations that seemed to shift when touched. Light it only when the moon wears a silver halo, she advised, and it will reveal what eyes cannot see. Theo waited until the next full moon, when a luminous ring encircled it like a celestial crown. With trembling hands, he struck a match. The lantern bloomed with cool blue-white light, casting patterns that danced across his bedroom wall. But then something miraculous happened. The light pooled on the floor, solidifying into a path of glowing footsteps leading toward the oak wardrobe. When Theo opened it, instead of woolen scarves, he found a tunnel veiled in ivy, leading into the heart of Whisperwood. He followed the path into a hidden glen called Lumina Hollow. Here mushrooms glowed like emerald lamps, and willows wept strands of liquid starlight. Yet something was wrong. The air hung heavy and silent, devoid of the firefly swarms grandmother had described. Near a cobblestone bridge, Theo stumbled upon a creature no taller than his knee, with bark-like skin and eyes like molten amber. It was frantically polishing a dandelion clock whose seeds refused to float away. "I'm Fern," it rasped, voice like rustling reeds. "The hollow's heart is fading, even time seeds won't travel." Fern explained that Lumina's magic flowed from the crystal caves, where ancient geode guardians hummed melodies that nourished the land. But their song had dimmed, causing the fireflies to vanish and streams to run sluggish. "The caves are sealed," Fern sighed. "Only a harmony of trust can reopen them." Theo glanced at his lantern, now pulsing softly. Maybe this can help. Their journey led them through groves where trees whispered warnings and across rivers where water sprites tugged at their ankles. Fern, initially wary of humans, softened when Theo used the lantern to reveal invisible stepping stones over a treacherous bog. "You see truths," Fern murmured, "even the kind we hide from ourselves." Deep in the mossback mountains, they found the cave entrance, barred by thorns singing a discordant shriek. The lantern's light exposed a keyhole shaped like intertwined hands. "It requires two voices," Theo realized. Fern trembled. "My kind can't sing, our notes are broken. That's why we tend plants, we heal what we cannot fix in ourselves." Theo placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "Let's try together." Fern's voice cracked like dry twigs, but Theo hummed a lullaby his grandmother taught him, a tune about roots and sky embracing. Slowly, their voices braided into a fragile harmony. The thorns unraveled, revealing caverns glittering with amethyst crystals. Inside, the geode guardians lay dormant, their light choked by creeping shadows. Theo raised the lantern. Its beam pierced the darkness, showing the shadows weren't evil, but grief-stricken. They were lost moonbeams, separated from their constellation during a storm. "We thought they attacked us," Fern gasped. "But they're just scared." Theo's lantern gently herded the moonbeams toward a crack in the ceiling. As they escaped into the night sky, the geodes ignited, flooding the caves with prismatic light. Outside, fireflies erupted like living fireworks, painting the hollow in gold. Streams bubbled with renewed vigor, and thyme seeds spiraled into the breeze. Fern gifted Theo a seed pod that shimmered like captured starlight. "Plant this where shadows gather," they said. "It will remember our song." Back home, Theo found the lantern now held a permanent star at its core. He planted the seed in his grandmother's garden, where it grew into a tree with leaves that hummed on windy nights. Years later, as Theo tucked his own children into bed, he described Lumina Hollow, not as a dream, but as a truth waiting in the silence between heartbeats. Magic, he'd whisper, smoothing their blankets, isn't about grand spells. It's the courage to sing with a cracked voice and the lantern light of kindness that reveals we're never truly alone. Outside, the star tree's branches swayed, casting constellations on the wall, while fireflies winked through the darkness like returned promises. And in that quiet glow, sleep came softly, wrapped in the certainty that even the smallest light could guide lost wonders home. Story 13. Clara always felt a little like the dandelion Fluff caught between the cobblestones of her bustling village, present but easily overlooked. Her father mended fishing nets with fingers like knotted rope, her mother sang sea shanties while kneading dough that smelled of yeast and salt, and her older brothers raced through the lanes with the boisterous energy of spring tides. Clara's quietness wasn't rudeness. She simply listened more than she spoke, noticing things others missed. The precise angle of a spider's web in the apple orchard, the melancholy sigh of the old lighthouse beam, the way raindrops clung to lavender stems like scattered crystal beads. It was during one such moment of stillness, tucked beneath the gnarled roots of the sentinel oak at the forest's edge, that she found the locket. It wasn't grand, just a tarnished silver oval, no larger than a hazelnut, half buried in loam that smelled of damp earth and forgotten time. When Clara brushed the soil away, the clasp sprang open with a soft click. Inside, instead of a portrait, lay a single petal from a flower she didn't recognize, glowing with a light like captured moonlight. As her fingertip touched it, warmth bloomed up her arm, and the world shifted. Suddenly, the rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was whispers. The drone of a bumblebee resolved into a cheerful hum. Late for clover tea, mustn't keep the Duchess waiting. A ladybug's wings whirred with urgency. Aphid alert near the rose roots. All paws on deck, Clara gasped, snapping the locket shut. Silence returned. But when she opened it again, the voices rushed back, clear as chimes. She discovered the whisper locket, a key to the hidden symphony of the small. That night, unable to sleep, Clara crept back to the sentinel oak. Pressing her palm to its mossy bark, she murmured, "I want to understand." The ground beneath her feet softened like warm dough. With a soundless sigh, the earth swallowed her whole. She tumbled down, 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 not into darkness, but into a realm of impossible luminescence. Bioluminescent fungi glowed like emerald street lamps along winding root tunnels. Rivers of liquid amber light flowed where tree sap seeped. Above, the underside of the forest floor stretched like a starless, earthy sky. This was the under canopy, a world thriving in the secret heart of roots and stone. Her awe was cut short by a frantic buzzing. A firefly, his lantern dim and sputtering, collided with her shoulder. "Help, please, the heartwood glade, it's fading." His voice, translated by the locket, was high-pitched with terror. "My name is Flicker," he stammered. "The glade's light sustains us all, but the great storm shook the roots. The light moss is dying." Flicker led Clara through caverns where glowworms wrote luminous poems on the ceilings, past meadows of mushrooms that chimed when brushed, until they reached the heartwood glade. Clara's breath caught. It was a cathedral of light. Massive, ancient roots formed vaulted arches, draped with curtains of phosphorescent moss that pulsed with a gentle, golden radiance. But now vast swaths of the moss were dull, crumbling into gray dust. The air felt thin, cold. Creatures huddled in the dimness, beetles with drooping antennae, wood mice shivering, a family of stoats looking lost. The very heartbeat of the under canopy was faltering. The light moss feeds on harmony, Flicker explained mournfully. Its song binds the roots, keeps the sap flowing pure, but the storm's violence, it fractured the oldest song root. Without its resonance, the moss weakens. He gestured towards a colossal root, thicker than Clara's cottage, where a jagged crack split its surface. From the fissure seeped not sap, but a thin, discordant gray mist that seemed to leach the warmth from the air. "Can it be mended?" Clara asked, her voice small in the vast, failing light. "Perhaps," rasped a gravelly voice from the shadows. A badger emerged, his fur grizzled, one ear notched, his eyes sharp and weary. Thorn was his name, guardian of the deep roots. "The song root needs the echo stone. It resonates pure harmony, can heal any fracture, but it lies deep within the crystal caves, guarded." Thorn's gaze swept over Clara, lingering on the locket. "The path is perilous, whisperers are rare, rarer still are those who listen and act." Clara felt a familiar flutter of insignificance. She was just a girl, small and quiet. How could she face peril? But looking at Flicker's dimming light, at the shivering creatures, at Thorn's weary hope, she squared her shoulders. "Tell me the way." Their journey began beneath arches of weeping quartz. The crystal caves were a labyrinth of jagged beauty. Stalactites dripped liquid light, forming pools that sang with faint, crystalline notes when disturbed. But beauty held danger. Sonic bats, creatures of pure vibration, nested in the higher crevices. Their screeches, harmless in the human world, could shatter crystal, or eardrums, here. Thorn navigated with gruff expertise, avoiding unstable floors and shimmering energy fields that hummed with unstable power. Flicker's light, though weak, was crucial, illuminating hidden crevices and warning of lurking cave crawlers, armored centipedes whose clattering legs echoed like falling stones. Clara's locket became their lifeline. She heard the sonic bats' hunting cries moments before they swooped, allowing Thorn to herd the group under protective overhangs. She deciphered the subtle shifts in the cave's song, warning of impending rockfalls. When they faced a chasm bridged only by fragile, singing crystal shards, it was Clara who listened to the shards' individual tones, guiding Flicker and Thorn across a path that resonated with stable harmony. "Step only on the one's humming G-sharp," she instructed, her voice trembling but clear. Thorn, initially skeptical of the surface child, gave a grunt that sounded suspiciously like approval. The deeper they went, the colder it grew, the light dimmer. Discordant whispers slithered from crevices, remnants of the great storm's fury. Doubt gnawed at Clara. Were they too late? Was the echo stone even real? Thorn sensed her wavering. "Courage isn't the absence of fear, child," he rumbled as they sheltered from a localized tremor. "It's listening to the fear, then choosing the path your heart demands anyway. You listen deeper than most, trust that." Finally, they reached the Chamber of Echoes. In its center, on a pedestal of pure amethyst, rested the echo stone. It was unassuming, a smooth, river-polished pebble of deep blue stone. Yet the air around it vibrated with profound, calming harmony, a low thrum that resonated in Clara's bones. But between them and the stone stood the guardian, a colossal rockfall spider. Not flesh and blood, but animated stone, its 8 legs clicking like tectonic plates shifting, its obsidian eyes reflecting their tiny forms. It was the embodiment of the storm's destructive echo, drawn to the stone's power, but unable to harmonize with it. Thorn bared his teeth, ready for a futile charge. Flicker's light flickered wildly. Clara's heart hammered. The spider advanced, its stony limbs scraping, emitting a low, grating scree that vibrated painfully through the locket. Panic threatened to choke her. But then she listened. Beneath the grating scree, woven into the very fabric of the spider's being, was another sound, a faint, mournful hum, a discordant echo of the harmony it guarded but could never touch. It wasn't evil, it was lost, a piece of the storm trapped and twisted. "Stop," Clara cried, stepping forward, the whisper locket held open. Thorn growled a warning, but Clara focused, pouring her will through the locket, not to command, but to understand, to connect. She amplified the mournful hum she sensed within the guardian, reflecting it back, not as an attack, but as a question, a plea for recognition. "I hear you," the locket seemed to sing on her behalf. "The storm hurt you too." The rockful spider paused. Its grinding screech faltered. The obsidian eyes seemed to lose focus, then refocus on Clara. The mournful hum within it grew louder, resonating with the locket's amplified echo. For a long, tense moment, the chamber held its breath. Then slowly the spider's rigid stone form softened, almost imperceptibly. It didn't step aside, but it lowered its massive body, retracting its threatening limbs, its grating cry fading into a low, rumbling sigh that vibrated with a strange, newfound peace. It was no longer a barrier, but a presence, acknowledging her passage. With trembling hands, Clara approached the pedestal. The echo stone felt warm, humming with ancient, benevolent power. As she lifted it, a wave of pure harmony washed over her, filling her with calm certainty. The journey back was swifter, the cave seeming to guide them, the sonic bats silent, the paths clearer. Hope was a tangible warmth in Clara's chest. Reaching the fractured song root in the heartwood glade, Clara placed the echo stone against the crack. The moment it touched the weeping gray mist, a profound, resonant tone filled the cavern, deep and pure as a cathedral bell. The gray mist dissolved like smoke. The tone pulsed outwards, visible as ripples of golden light. Where the light touched the dying light moss, it flared back to life, glowing brighter, stronger than before. The moss began to sing, a complex, beautiful harmony that vibrated through the roots, the air, Clara's very being. It was the song of the forest's heart, restored. Warmth flooded the glade. Beetles stretched, their shells gleaming. Wood mice stopped shivering, their eyes bright. The stoats began a playful dance. Flicker's light blazed like a tiny star, buzzing joyful loops around Clara's head. Thorn bowed his grizzled head, a deep rumble in his chest that wasn't a growl, but pure, resonant gratitude. "You didn't just mend a root, Whisperer," he said, his gruff voice thick with emotion. "You mended the silence after the storm." Clara spent days in the under canopy, learning its rhythms. She helped Flicker's firefly kin realign their light patterns for optimal growth. She translated negotiations between ladybug farmers and aphid herders. She learned Thorn's stories of deep earth and ancient stones. She was no longer overlooked. She was Clara, the whisperer, the listener, the mender. Her quietness wasn't absence, it was the space where understanding grew. Eventually, she knew she had to return. With the locket warm against her skin and the echo stone left safely embedded near the healed song root, its work done, its resonance now part of the glade, Thorn guided her back to the surface root. As she emerged into the dawn light filtering through the sentinel oak, the under canopy's whispers faded, leaving only birdsong and the distant sea. But the connection remained, a quiet hum in her soul. Back in the village, life flowed on. Her father knotted his nets. Her mother sang. Her brothers raced. But Clara was different. She noticed the baker's worried frown and offered quiet help kneading dough, her touch infused with a newfound patience learned from tending moss. She heard the lonely sigh in the lighthouse keeper's voice and sat with him, her quiet presence a comfort. She even mediated between squabbling children by the docks, helping them listen to each other, just a little, the the way the creatures of the under canopy had learned to harmonize. That night, sitting by her window, Clara opened the whisper locket. The moon petal glowed softly. From the garden below, carried on the breeze, came a familiar buzz. "Clara, you listening?" It was Flicker, perched on a lavender stem. "The glade's shining like 1,000 stars. Thorn says, well, he grunts, but it's a happy grunt. We miss you." Clara smiled, a warm, deep contentment settling over her like a blanket. "I miss you too, Flicker," she whispered back, knowing the locket carried her words. "Tell Thorn, tell everyone I'm listening, always." She watched Flicker's light bob in acknowledgement before he zipped away. She closed the locket, the silver warm against her palm. The world above was loud, sometimes messy, often hurried. But Clara knew a profound secret now. Beneath the surface of things, in the roots and the rustles, in the spaces between words and the quiet hum of a caring heart, there existed a deeper harmony. It was a world of connection, sustained not by grand gestures, but by listening, by understanding, by the courage to mend what was broken with gentle wisdom. She snuggled into her bed, the scent of lavender and distant sea air drifting through the window, the memory of golden light and resonant song cradling her. The under canopy's song was a lullaby now, a promise whispered on the edge of sleep. However small you feel, you belong to the great, quiet, beautiful hum of the world. And in that knowing there was perfect peace. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to the riverbanks like silver cobwebs. Every evening, as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, the villagers lit their enchanted lanterns, globes of captured starlight that glowed with steady warmth. But one crisp autumn week, strange happenings unsettled the peace. Each dawn revealed lanterns mysteriously extinguished, their light replaced by frost flowers blooming across the glass. Without their gentle heat, gooseberries withered on vines, knitted scarves unraveled overnight, and even the river's song grew faint and shivery. Young Benji noticed it first. With eyes wide as owls and a woolen cap perpetually askew, he saw what others missed, tiny footprints, no larger than acorn caps, glimmering in the frost near each darkened lantern. They sparkled with a faint blue light before vanishing at sunrise. Benji took his discovery to Elder Hemlock, whose cottage sat atop mossy hill, its walls woven from living willow branches. Inside, the air smelled of chamomile and wisdom. "Ah," murmured Elder Hemlock, stirring a pot of moonbeam tea. "Footprints of frost and light, that sings of a cold heart seeking warmth." She handed Benji a magnifying glass carved from ice crystal. "Observe not just the prints, but what lies between them." That night Benji waited by the village square's largest lantern, wrapped in a quilt stitched with sunflowers. As midnight chimed from the clock tower, a shiver danced through the air. Tiny blue lights flickered near the cobblestones, and there, barely visible, was a creature no taller than Benji's thumb. It had wings like frosted maple seeds and eyes like frozen dew. Each time it neared a lantern, its trembling fingers brushed the glass, and the light snuffed out with a soft puff. The creature wept shimmering tears that turned to ice pellets on the ground. Benji remembered Elder Hemlock's advice. Between the glittering footprints he spotted something else, wilted clover and brittle dandelion fluff. The creature wasn't just extinguishing light, it was freezing life itself. Carefully Benji uncurled his palm, revealing a honey cake crumb from his pocket. The creature froze, tilting its head. "You're cold," Benji whispered. "But why hurt the lanterns?" The sprite, a frost nibbler, as Elder Hemlock later named it, fluttered its wings anxiously. Through a series of glowing gestures, it showed Benji visions. A melting glacier far north, its home destroyed by unseasonal warmth, forcing it southward. Starving and freezing, it sought heat, but its very touch brought winter. The lantern's warmth lured it, yet its presence killed what it craved. Benji rushed back to Elder Hemlock. "It's not mean, it's just lost and cold." The elder smiled, her wrinkles deepening like tree rings. "Then we must build a bridge between frost and flame." She led Benji to a greenhouse where fireflies drowsed in bell jars. "Every creature has its opposite," she said, plucking a petal from a night-blooming sunrose. "We need something that welcomes both ice and light." For 3 days they worked. Benji gathered abandoned wasp nests, papery and insulating, while Elder Hemlock sang to glowworms until they offered threads of living light. They molded a small lantern from river clay, lined it with thistledown, and set inside it a sunrose petal bathed in captured firefly glow. Finally, Benji pressed his palm against a frost-covered oak until a single drop of icy sap pooled in an acorn cup, a gift of cold. They placed the new lantern near the riverbank. That night, the frost nibbler approached hesitantly. As it touched the clay, the lantern didn't dim. Instead, the sunrose petal pulsed, absorbing the sprite's chill and transforming it into a soft, peach-colored radiance. Warmth cascaded over the sprite like liquid sunlight. With a sigh that sounded like wind chimes, it curled inside the lantern, wings wrapped around itself. Morning revealed the miracle. Frost patterns glittered inside the lantern, framing the sprite in a lace of diamonds, while the sunrose glow burned steadily. The village lanterns remained lit, their heat undimmed. Willowbrook's gooseberries plumped overnight, scarves knitted themselves back together, and the river's song swelled into a contented hum. Benji visited the lantern daily, leaving honey cake crumbs on a walnut shell plate. The frost nibbler, now rosy-cheeked, taught bluebirds to weave ice crystals into their nests and showed children how to blow frost roses on window panes. Elder Hemlock placed her hand on Benji's shoulder as they watched the sprite dance with snowflakes at dusk. "Sometimes," she said softly, "the greatest mysteries bloom from the smallest sorrows, and kindness, why, it's the hearth where all warmth begins." Years later, when the first snow dusted Willowbrook, villagers would smile at the sight of their lanterns glowing steadfast through the cold. And if you pressed your ear to the riverbank on a quiet evening, you might hear a tiny, contented hum, a frost sprite singing the world to sleep, wrapped in a light that understood the language of both ice and flame. Story 15. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the seasons danced with particular grace. Here the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wild honeysuckle, and twilight painted the sky in soft hues of lavender and peach. In a cottage surrounded by climbing roses lived a young woman named Mira. Mira loved the predictable rhythm of her life, the way the sun rose over Elderberry Hill, the familiar chirp of the sparrows nesting in her eaves, the comforting routine of tending her small, perfect garden. Change, even the gentle shift from spring to summer, filled her with a quiet unease. She preferred her world neat, orderly, and unchanging. Mira's garden was her sanctuary. Every plant thrived under her meticulous care, but one corner held something truly special, a small, shimmering patch known as the Reflection Bloom. Legend whispered that the flowers here didn't just grow, they mirrored the heart of their keeper. Mira's blooms were exquisite, perfectly formed roses of purest white, serene lilies that never wilted, and orderly rows of velvety pansies. Beautiful, yet somehow still. They lacked the wild, vibrant energy of the meadows beyond her fence. One crisp autumn morning, a change Mira hadn't anticipated arrived. A fierce wind, unusual for the season, swept down from the whispering peaks. It tore through Bramble Hollow, rattling windows and whipping leaves into frantic spirals. Mira watched in dismay from her doorway as the gale battered her beloved Reflection Bloom. When the wind finally subsided, she rushed out. Her perfect roses were bruised, petals scattered like fallen snow. Her lilies drooped, stems bent. The orderly pansies were utterly uprooted. Mira's heart clenched. Her sanctuary, her reflection of perfect stillness, lay in ruin. Tears welled in her eyes, not just for the flowers, but for the unsettling disruption to her world. "Ah, Mira," came a gentle, weathered voice. Old Man Hemlock, the village woodcarver whose beard was as white as thistledown, and whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries, stood at her gate. He leaned on his gnarled oak staff, its top carved into the shape of a wise owl. "A bit of a rough dance last night, eh? Winds like that, they shake things loose that needed shaking." He gestured towards the damaged blooms with his chin. Mira wiped her eyes. "It's ruined, Mr. Hemlock. Everything I tended, it's all broken." Hemlock hummed softly, stepping into the garden. He knelt beside a bruised rose, his rough fingers surprisingly tender as they touched a bent stem. "Broken or just rearranged, look closer, child. See the earth where the pansies were. It's churned open ready." He pointed to a spot where the wind had ripped a plant free, leaving dark, rich soil exposed. "The reflection bloom doesn't show what is, Mira. It shows what could be. Sometimes a good shaking is what the soil needs for new seeds to find their light." Mira frowned, looking at the disturbed earth. It felt raw, vulnerable. "New seeds, but I like the old ones. They were safe, known." "Safe, yes," Hemlock agreed, his voice like rustling leaves. "But known isn't always growth, is it? Tell me, when was the last time a truly new flower surprised you in this corner?" Mira couldn't remember. Her garden had been beautiful, but static. Hemlock patted her hand. "The magic here responds to courage, Mira. Courage to let the old patterns fall away, even the beautiful ones, to make space for something different. Tend the soil, not just the flower. See what wishes to grow." He left her then, the scent of pine resin clinging to the air behind him. Feeling adrift, Mira wandered towards the village square later that day, drawn by the comforting smell of baking bread from Mrs. Thistlewick's bakery. Mrs. Thistlewick, plump and rosy-cheeked, with flour perpetually dusting her apron, saw Mira's downcast expression. She pressed a warm, honey-glazed bun into her hands. "When got your garden, dearie?" Mrs. Thistlewick asked, her voice warm as her oven's. "Nasty business. But you know, every autumn, I think my sourdough starter is done for. Gets sluggish, grumpy. Then I feed it something new, a handful of rye flour, maybe some warmed honey water. Seems like ruin, but it wakes it right up. Makes the bread better than ever." She winked. Sometimes things need a bit of a shock to remember how alive they are. Buoyed by Hemlock's wisdom and Mrs. Thistlewick's kindness, Mira returned to her garden. Instead of despairing over the ruined blooms, she took a deep breath of the cool, damp air. She felt the loamy soil, cool and promising, beneath her fingers. Remembering Hemlock's words, she began not by trying to salvage the old, but by gently clearing the damaged plants, turning the earth where the wind had churned it, adding rich compost. It felt strange, unsettling, like smoothing a rumpled blanket, only to find a different pattern underneath. As she worked, a small figure darted into the garden. It was Finn, the baker's youngest son, a boy of about 8 with bright eyes and perpetually muddy knees. He clutched a small, worn leather pouch. "Miss Mira, look what I found after the wind," Finn exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. He opened the pouch, revealing a collection of seeds unlike any Mira had ever seen. Some were tiny and iridescent, like captured rainbows. Others were larger, with swirling patterns etched into their hard shells. One looked like a miniature, glowing moonstone. "They blew in from the Whispering Woods, I bet. Can we plant them, please, in the open bits?" Mira hesitated. Strange seeds. Unknown flowers. It felt like inviting more chaos. But she looked at Finn's hopeful face, felt the cool promise of the freshly turned earth beneath her hands, and remembered Mrs. Thistlewick's sourdough. A tiny spark of curiosity flickered within her, a feeling long dormant. "All right, Finn," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "Let's see what wishes to grow." Together, they carefully planted the strange seeds in the churned earth of the reflection bloom. Finn chattered about fantastical flowers he imagined, ones that sang, or glowed in the dark, or changed color with your mood. Mira found herself smiling, caught up in his infectious wonder. The fear of the unknown began to recede, replaced by a quiet anticipation. Days turned into weeks. Mira tended the garden diligently, but differently now. She watered the remaining familiar plants, but she also watched over the bare patches where the strange seeds slept. She learned patience. She observed the subtle changes in the earth, a slight swelling here, a tiny crack there. She stopped trying to force order and instead practiced attentive waiting. One misty morning, as dew clung to spiderwebs like scattered diamonds, Mira saw it. A tiny, impossibly green shoot, no thicker than a thread, had pushed through the soil where they'd planted the moonstone seed. It seemed to pulse with a soft, inner light. A thrill, warm and unfamiliar, shot through her. Not fear, but excitement. More shoots followed. The iridescent seeds sprouted stems that shimmered with opalescent hues. The patterned seeds unfurled leaves etched with delicate silver veins. The garden was no longer a scene of perfect, static beauty. It was becoming a living tapestry of the unexpected. The remaining white roses seemed to stand a little taller beside their strange new neighbors, their scent richer. The lilies straightened, their petals deepening to a warm gold where the sunlight caught them. The magic was subtle but profound. When Mira felt a pang of anxiety over the unfamiliar, a nearby plant with leaves like spun sapphire would emit a calming, cool mist, carrying the scent of mountain streams. When she felt a burst of joy watching a hummingbird investigate a shimmering trumpet flower, a cluster of tiny, bell-shaped blooms nearby would chime softly, harmonizing with the bird's buzz. The garden wasn't just reflecting her anymore. It was responding, growing with her as she navigated her own inner landscape of change. Finn visited every day, his eyes wide with awe. "See, Miss Mira, I told you they'd be magic." He'd sit quietly sometimes, just watching the shifting colors and listening to the soft chimes. Old Man Hemlock would pause at her gate, a knowing smile on his lips, offering no advice now, just appreciation. "Fine companions you found, Mira," he'd murmur. Mrs. Thistlewick brought honey cakes, declaring the garden smelled like hope and good yeast. The greatest transformation, however, happened within Mira. The fear that had gripped her heart like frost began to thaw. She realized that the wind hadn't destroyed her sanctuary, it had expanded it. The loss of the familiar had made space for wonder. She learned that growth wasn't about clinging to perfection, but about embracing the fertile ground of possibility, even when it felt uncertain. She discovered courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the willingness to plant a strange seed and tend it anyway. One evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky like scattered sugar, Mira stood in her transformed garden. The reflection bloom was a symphony of magic and life. Her white roses now climbed trellises intertwined with vines bearing luminous purple grapes. The golden lilies swayed beside iridescent ferns that whispered secrets to the breeze. The moonstone plant had grown into a small tree, its leaves glowing with soft moonlight, casting gentle shadows. The chiming bells tinkled softly, harmonizing with the cricket's song. Mira breathed deeply, inhaling the complex, vibrant perfume roses, damp earth, something like starlight, and the sweet tang of the luminous grapes. The air hummed with a peaceful energy. She felt no anxiety, only a deep, resonant contentment. Her heart felt like the garden itself, scarred in places by the wind, enriched by the churning, and now blooming with unexpected, breathtaking beauty born from embracing change. She sat on her familiar wooden bench, now warmed by the day's sun. A firefly, drawn by the garden's gentle light, landed on her hand, its tiny lantern pulsing. Mira smiled, watching it. The garden wasn't finished changing, it never would be. And neither was she. But the fear was gone, replaced by a quiet trust in the process, in the magic of growth, and in the supportive hearts that had helped her find her way. The chimes rang softly, the moonlit leaves glowed, and the scent of possibility hung heavy and sweet in the peaceful air. As the firefly lifted off, joining others dancing like tiny constellations above the magical blooms, Mira knew this wasn't an ending, but a beautiful, comforting beginning to a story still unfolding, one gentle, transformative chapter at a time. The cozy silence of the valley settled around her, broken only by the garden's soft music and the distant, comforting call of an owl, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace with the ever-changing, ever-magical dance of life. Story 16. Oliver had always been drawn to the whispering woods behind his cottage, especially at twilight when fireflies danced like scattered stardust. One misty October evening, while following a silvery moth with wings like frosted glass, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with roots that formed a perfect archway. Moss hung in velvet curtains, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and crushed pine needles. As Oliver brushed aside the moss, his fingers grazed something cool and smooth, a river stone, unremarkable except for the faint, moonlight glow pulsing within its depths. The moment he lifted the stone, the archway shimmered. The oak's bark rippled like water, revealing a path paved with luminous blue mushrooms. Heart-pounding, Oliver stepped through. He emerged into Lumina, a hidden realm where willows wept liquid sunlight, rivers sang in crystalline harmonies, and flowers bloomed in colors unseen in his world. Yet something was wrong. Patches of the forest were muted, as if coated in gray ash. Leaves crumbled at his touch, and the river's song faltered into discordant whispers. Shadow Blight hissed a voice. Oliver whirled to find a fox with fur as dark as midnight, her eyes twin pools of liquid amber. She shrank back, ears flat. "You shouldn't be here, human." "I'm Oliver," he said gently, crouching. "What's Shadow Blight?" The fox, Nyx, explained that Lumina's heart, the crystal grove, was weakening. A creeping darkness born of forgotten fears was draining its light. Only the moonstone Oliver held could reignite it, but the grove lay beyond the murmuring caves, where nightmares took shape. "I tried to reach it," Nyx admitted, tail tucked low. "But shadows, they twist what I am." Oliver understood. Nyx was a shadow fox, a creature of dusk, mistrusted by Lumina's brighter beings. "Then we'll go together," he said, offering his hand. Nyx hesitated, then nudged his palm with her cool nose, a pact sealed in silence. Their journey unfurled like a tapestry, woven with peril and wonder. They crossed meadows where butterflies carried tiny lanterns, their light dimming as shadow blight spread. In the Whisperwood Valley, gusts carried voices, Oliver's own doubts, "You're just a boy," and Nyx's shame, "Darkness belongs to me." They huddled under giant toadstools, Oliver sharing stories of his world, while Nyx taught him to listen to the forest's fading breath. The murmuring caves tested them cruelly. Stalactites dripped icy fear. Illusions arose, Oliver saw his cottage crumbling, Nyx saw herself rejected by glowing forest spirits. Shadows lunged, feeding on their terror. But when a wraith-like figure hissed, "Alone you fail," Oliver clutched the moonstone. It flared not with blinding force, but with a soft, unwavering radiance. Nyx, emboldened, leapt before Oliver, her form absorbing the shadows. To their astonishment, the darkness didn't consume her, it shimmered, then dissolved into harmless mist around her paws. "Your light," she gasped, staring at Oliver. It cleansed them. The revelation steadied them. Nyx, once fearful of her own nature, began weaving through attacks, her dark fur scattering shadows like ink in clear water. Oliver, guiding the moonstone's glow, realized its power wasn't dominance but clarity. It revealed illusions for what they were. When the final cavern birthed a towering specter of their combined fears, Oliver didn't flinch. He placed the moonstone on the ground. "We're not afraid," he said, voice quiet but firm. Nyx sat beside him, her head high. The specter wavered, its form thinning into smoke, revealing the cave's exit, a curtain of glowing vines. Beyond it lay the crystal grove. Its great heart, a geode pulsing with prismatic light, was veined with creeping gray. Lumina's guardians, luminous deer with antlers like crystal branches, stood weakened. The stone, one breathed. "Place it at the core." Oliver approached. The shadow blight hissed, forming claws of gloom. Nyx snarled, a sound like rustling leaves, and plunged into the shadows, her body a swift, dark current disrupting their flow. Oliver pressed the moonstone against the geode. Light erupted, not an explosion, but a gentle wave. It flowed through the grove, up the trees, across the skies. Colors reignited, emerald, sapphire, topaz. Flowers unfurled with audible sighs. The river's song swelled, pure and strong. And Nyx, as the light touched her, her midnight fur didn't vanish. It sparkled with embedded stars, a living map of the cosmos. She was no longer just shadow, she was dusk and dawn intertwined. The guardians bowed. "You restored balance," they murmured. "Light needs the quiet depth of shadow to rest, just as shadow needs light to be seen." The journey back was a celebration. Fireflies bloomed in galaxies overhead. Willows showered them with glowing pollen. At the oak archway, Oliver turned. "Will you be all right?" Nyx nuzzled his hand. "Lumina is healing, and so am I." She placed a single, star-tipped feather from a guardian's flank into his palm. "Look at this when the moon is full, you'll see us." Oliver stepped back into his world. The moonstone was ordinary rock again, but the feather glimmered softly. That night, curled in his quilted bed, he watched moonlight paint silver patterns on his wall. He wasn't just the boy from the cottage anymore. He was the keeper of a secret light, the friend who saw beauty in the dusk. As sleep claimed him, the feather on his windowsill pulsed once, gently, casting the room in the warm, peaceful glow of a forest where shadows danced with stars, and courage was a quiet stone held in a trusting hand. The woods whispered outside, no longer just trees and wind, but a lullaby sung by two worlds, forever intertwined. And Oliver smiled, knowing that even in the deepest dark, friendship was a lantern, and every heart held a hidden lumina, waiting to be found. The gentle rhythm of his breath merged with the night, a silent promise that light, once kindled, never truly fades. It simply waits for the next brave step into the whispering unknown. Story 17. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks brushed the clouds and moss grew thick as velvet carpets, the boundaries between the everyday and the extraordinary were as thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here the creatures lived lives intertwined with the very breath of the forest, governed by the gentle rhythm of seasons and the quiet magic that hummed beneath the roots. Old Man Maple, his bark gnarled and wise like 1,000 whispered secrets, stood sentinel over a sun-dappled clearing. His leaves, a tapestry of emerald in summer, blazed fiery copper in autumn, and held the frost like diamonds in winter, were repositories of ancient knowledge. At his broad roots gathered the forest folk, Bramble the thoughtful hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops, Luna the silver moth whose wings caught moonlight like liquid silver, Thistle, a young squirrel with eyes wide as acorn caps, and Fern, a watchful deer whose coat held the soft gray of twilight mist. Their lives were a symphony of harmony. Bramble tended the low-growing herbs, ensuring their fragrant oils, like cinnamon and mint, perfumed the air. Luna guided lost fireflies with her gentle glow on misty nights. Thistle, under the careful tutelage of elder squirrels, learned to plant seeds in precise patterns that encouraged new saplings to thrive. Fern walked the forest paths, her hooves barely disturbing the earth, her presence calming skittish creatures. They understood the delicate balance. The bees pollinated the clover Bramble nurtured, which fed the rabbits whose burrows aerated the soil where Thistle planted acorns. It was a circle, endless and perfect, watched over by Old Man Maple. Magic here wasn't flashy spells, but the subtle song of the forest itself. Spring arrived not just with blossoms, but with a sigh of green, a warm, moist breeze carrying the scent of awakening earth that made dormant seeds unfurl overnight. Summer nights held the dance of fireflies, where their synchronized blinking wove patterns in the air that predicted the next day's weather. Autumn brought the veil of memory, a soft, golden mist rising from fallen leaves that carried faint echoes of seasons past the laughter of fawns, the rustle of forgotten winds. Winter was ruled by the quiet heart, a profound stillness where the snow absorbed sound, and the frost painted intricate, crystalline stories on every surface, tales of patience and waiting. The wisdom flowed down through generations, shared in rustling leaves, soft chirps, and the patient guidance of elders. Old Man Maple's knowledge was vast. He taught Thistle how to listen to the sap's slow song within the trees, predicting the severity of winter. He showed Bramble which mosses held healing coolness for scraped paws, and which berries ripened under the hunter's moon. He whispered to Fern the paths where the earth's energy ran strongest, paths that soothed weary bones. One unusually crisp autumn day, as the veil of memory began to gather in the hollows, a strange disturbance rippled through the Whisperwood. The air tasted metallic, sharp, instead of the usual sweet decay of leaves. The sigh of green had been faint that spring, and the dance of fireflies had been erratic all summer. Now the vibrant tapestry of maple, oak, and birch seemed muted, their colors duller than usual. Worse, a creeping, unnatural frost began to spread from the shadowed glen, a place where sunlight rarely touched. It wasn't the gentle, artistic frost of the quiet heart. This frost was brittle, gray, and silent. Where it touched, flowers withered instantly, berries shriveled on their stems, and the comforting hum of insects ceased. It leached warmth and sound, leaving patches of eerie stillness. Fear, cold as the unnatural frost itself, prickled amongst the creatures. Thistle shivered, burying his nose in his bushy tail. "The balance is breaking," he chirped, his voice small in the unnerving quiet. "The veil feels scared." Luna landed softly on Bramble's back, her light flickering uncertainly. "The frost steals the light," she murmured, her wings trembling. "It feels empty." Fern lowered her head, sniffing the gray crystals forming on a cluster of late-blooming asters. They crumbled to dust. "It moves towards the sunstone spring," she said, her voice grave. The spring was the forest's heart, its clear, warm waters feeding countless streams and sustaining life even in deepest winter. If the frost touched it... Bramble, feeling the fear but also the deep, steady pulse of the earth beneath his paws, shuffled towards Old Man Maple. He pressed his small, damp nose against the ancient bark. "Elder," he asked, his voice barely a whisper rustling through dry leaves, "what is this cold shadow? How do we mend the circle?" A deep sigh, like wind through distant mountains, resonated within the great tree. Maple leaves, still clinging bravely, trembled. "Little caretaker," Old Man Maple's voice wasn't heard with ears, but felt in the heart, warm and resonant as sunlight on stone. "This frost is born of a forgotten tear. Deep in the shadowed glen where the oldest stones sleep, a wound festers. A spring small and shy that once sang to the stars has been choked by fallen stone and careless roots. Its song silenced, its warmth stolen, it weeps this cold despair." He shared the memory. Generations ago, a great storm had toppled part of the glen's cliff, burying the tiny star-tear spring. Its gentle magic, once part of the forest's balanced breath, had been trapped and twisted by neglect. The harmony falters because one voice is missing, unheard. The forest remembers its sorrow. Hope flickered, fragile as a candle flame in a breeze. Can we find it? Can we help it sing again? Thistle asked, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. The way is hidden, guarded by the glen's deep shadows and the weight of years, Old Man Maple murmured. But the forest speaks to those who listen with more than ears. Fern knows the hidden paths where the earth's pulse runs true. Luna's light can find cracks where starlight falls. Bramble understands the language of roots and stones, and you, young Thistle, carry the nimbleness of hope. They set out as the weak autumn sun began to sink, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and orange. Fern led them, her steps silent on the thick moss, her head held high, sensing the subtle tremors in the earth, the paths where life still flowed strongest, avoiding the spreading patches of gray silence. Luna flew ahead, her silver wings casting a soft, ethereal glow that pierced the deepening gloom of the shadowed glen. She illuminated twisted roots like gnarled fingers, glistening spiderwebs heavy with unnatural frost, and crucially, tiny fissures in the rock face where faint, cold starlight seeped through. The air grew colder, the unnatural silence pressing in. Bramble shuffled beside Fern, his quills tinged with frost. He paused often, pressing his small paws against the cold earth, closing his eyes. He listened not with his ears, but with the soles of his feet and the tip of his nose. He felt the faint, sluggish pull of trapped water deep below, the desperate yearning of roots starved of warmth. This way, he'd murmur, nudging Fern towards a cluster of ferns that shivered, not with cold, but with a hidden current of life. The water, it whispers here, trapped but still breathing. Thistle, nimble and quick, scouted ahead, scampering up sheer rock faces where the frost hadn't yet taken hold. He followed Luna's light, his sharp eyes spotting the narrowest crevices. Up here, he called down, his voice a welcome spark in the silence. Behind this big, mossy boulder, Luna's light is shining through the rock. There's a gap. They gathered before a massive, lichen-covered stone, half buried in the hillside. A thin sliver of Luna's silver light shone from a crack near its base, illuminating the gray frost creeping steadily closer. The air here was bitterly cold, devoid of any forest scent. "This is the weight," Bramble whispered, nudging the stone with his nose. "The spring is behind, buried." Fern lowered her powerful head, testing the stone's position. Thistle darted around it, searching for weaknesses. Luna settled on the stone, pouring her soft, steady light onto the crack. "It's too big," Thistle said, his breath puffing white. "We can't move it." Bambless shuffled close to the crack where Luna's light shone. He pressed his ear against the cold rock. Deep within he heard it not a song, but a faint, rhythmic drip, 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 like a slow, frozen heartbeat. He closed his eyes again, feeling the ancient language of stone and root. He remembered Old Man Maple's teachings about leverage, about the patience of roots that could split stone given time. But they didn't have time. The frost was spreading. "The stone remembers the earth," Bramble murmured, more to himself than the others. "The roots remember the water," he looked up at Fern. "Push here," he pointed with his nose to a specific spot low on the stone, where a network of thin, ancient roots snaked beneath. "Thistle, find the strongest vine you can. Loop it around that root sticking out there." He indicated a thick, gnarled root protruding nearby. "Pull with all your might when Fern pushes. Luna, shine your brightest. Shine where the spring wants to be free." Understanding flowed between them, a current of shared purpose warmer than the fading sun. Fern planted her hooves firmly on the moss, lowered her magnificent head, and pushed against the spot Bramble indicated with all the quiet strength of the forest itself. Her muscles bunched, a soft grunt escaping her. Thistle, gripping a thick, tough vine he'd found, braced his small feet against another rock and pulled with every ounce of his being, his tail quivering with effort. Luna fluttered above the crack, pouring her gathered moonlight, pure and bright as liquid silver, into the darkness behind the stone. She didn't just illuminate, she sang a silent song of encouragement, a melody of starlight and hope, directed at the imprisoned spring. Bramble pressed himself against the stone beside Fern's shoulder, not pushing with muscle, but with intention. He hummed a low, steady note, a sound like shifting earth and trickling water, the song of roots seeking sustenance. He poured his understanding of the deep, slow life of stone and soil into the cold rock, reminding it of the warm water waiting, of the roots yearning to drink, of the forest's need. For long, breathless moments, nothing happened. The frost crept closer, its gray fingers almost touching Fern's hind legs. Thistle's paws slipped on the moss, but he dug in, his teeth gritted. Luna's light never wavered. Then a deep, resonant crack echoed through the glen, loud as a snapping branch in the unnatural silence. Not the sound of breaking, but of releasing. The massive stone shifted, groaned, and then rolled forward with surprising ease, revealing a dark, gaping hole. From within rushed not water, but a wave of trapped, icy air that made them all gasp. But as the air cleared, Luna's light poured into the cavity. There, hidden for countless seasons, was a tiny pool, no larger than a badger's burrow. Its surface was covered in a thick gray crust of ice, utterly still and silent. The start to your spring. It looked dead. Despair threatened to wash over them. The frost around them seemed to pulse with cold triumph. Bramble didn't hesitate. He shuffled forward, ignoring the biting cold radiating from the pool. He remembered the warmth of the sunstone spring, the life it gave. He remembered the feel of healthy earth. He pressed his small, warm paw directly onto the icy crust over the spring's heart. He poured his own warmth, the warmth of the forest he nurtured, the warmth of friendship and shared purpose, through his touch. He hummed again not the song of roots, but the song of the sigh of green, the promise of spring, of life returning. Luna landed beside his paw, focusing her purest moonlight onto the same spot, her silent song shifting to one of liquid starlight and flowing streams. Fern lowered her head and breathed a long, warm breath over the icy surface, her breath smelling of sweet grass and sun-warmed hide. Thistle, exhausted but determined, placed his small paws on the cold stone rim and whispered, "Please sing again. We need you." Under the combined warmth, Bramble's earth love, Luna's starlight, Fern's life breath, and Thistle's hopeful play, the thick gray ice over the spring's center began to glow. Not with heat, but with a soft, internal silver light, like a captured star waking up. A tiny drip echoed in the cavern. Then another. A hairline crack appeared in the ice, spreading like a spider web. With a sound like a sigh of profound relief, the gray crust shattered, falling away in crystalline fragments that vanished like smoke. Clear, pure water bubbled up, sparkling with captured motes of Luna's light. It wasn't hot, but it radiated a gentle, soothing warmth that pushed back the unnatural cold instantly. A faint, high-pitched hum filled the air, sweet and pure as a bell made of crystal, the start to your spring's song, finally free. It mingled with the forest's own quiet hum, weaving back into the tapestry of sound. The effect was immediate. The creeping gray frost halted, shimmered, and then began to retreat, melting away as if it had never been. Color rushed back into the surrounding leaves, vibrant golds, fiery reds, deep oranges. The metallic tang vanished from the air, replaced by the rich, damp scent of healthy earth and autumn leaves. Somewhere nearby, a cricket cautiously chirped, then another, until the glen filled with the gentle chorus of returning life. They stood bathed in the spring's soft silver light and the returning sounds of the forest, a profound sense of peace settling over them like a warm blanket. The circle was whole again. The forgotten voice had been heard, the wound healed by friendship, wisdom, and listening to the forest's deep heart. Walking back through the Whisperwood as the first true stars began to prick the twilight sky felt like stepping into a renewed world. The veil of memory mist glowed warmly in the hollows, now carrying the comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. They gathered once more at Old Man Maple's roots, weary but filled with a quiet joy. The great tree rustled his remaining leaves, a sound like gentle applause. You listened, his voice resonated warmly in their hearts. Not just to my words, but to the stone, the water, the silence, and to each other. You remembered that every voice, no matter how small or long unheard, matters in the great song. Balance is not stillness, but the constant, gentle dance of giving and receiving, of listening and responding. The forest remembers your kindness this night. As they settled down to rest Bramble in a nest of sweet-smelling thyme, Thistle curled in a high crook of Maple's branches, Fern resting gracefully nearby, and Luna resting her wings on a velvety moss cushion, the Whisperwood embraced them. The rustle of leaves was a lullaby. The distant hoot of an owl was a reassurance. The gentle warmth radiating up from the healed earth below was a comfort. The faint silver song of the Startier spring, now carried on the night breeze from the glen, wove through the darkness, a promise of harmony restored. Under the watchful gaze of ancient trees and a sky dusted with diamonds, surrounded by the peaceful hum of a forest in balance, sleep came easily, deep and dreamless, cradled in the heart of the enchanted wood. Story 18. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here, beneath roots that delved into forgotten dreams and branches that scraped the belly of the sky, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. They were the gentle stewards of the forest's heartbeat, bound by an unspoken promise to maintain its delicate, singing balance. Among the oldest residents was a venerable sugar maple named Grandfather Oakheart. His bark, deeply furrowed like wise wrinkles, held the stories of centuries. Tiny moss folk no taller than acorns dwelled in his crevices, their homes smelling of damp earth and sweet decay. They tended his leaves, whispering secrets carried on the breeze. Nearby, in a hollow warmed by the sun, lived a family of fireflies known as the Lumina. Their eldest, Elder Glimmer, pulsed with a light as soft and steady as a distant star, a repository of the forest's luminous lore. One unusually dry spring, the Whisperwood began to sigh. The usual symphony of raindrops on broad leaves grew faint. The streams, usually chuckling over smooth stones, dwindled to a worried murmur. The moss folk felt Grandfather Oakheart's thirst. His leaves, normally vibrant emerald, began to curl at the edges, rustling with a sound like dry parchment. The Lumina noticed their nightly dances dimming, the air too still and dusty for their delicate wings to stir properly. Grandfather trembles, murmured Kale, a young moss folk with eyes like polished jade, feeling the faint shudder beneath his mossy feet. He climbed carefully to a higher crevice, where Elder Glimmer rested, her light a comforting beacon in the gathering twilight. The streams whisper of thirst, the air tastes like dust. Elder Glimmer pulsed slowly, bathing Kale in warm golden light that smelled faintly of honey and ozone. Yes, young Kale, she hummed, her voice like wind chimes made of crystal. The balance wavers, the rain singers sleep too deeply this season. We must remember the old ways. The rain singers were the forest's magical response to the season's tiny, ephemeral spirits woven from mist and moonlight, born from the collective sigh of the forest at dawn. They usually danced upon the wind, coaxing clouds to weep gentle tears upon the thirsty earth. But this year their song was absent. The air remained stubbornly clear, the sun a relentless brass coin in a pale blue sky. Elder Glimmer recalled tales passed down through countless firefly generations, tales told under the watchful gaze of Grandfather Oakheart himself. Long ago, when the earth cracked like old pottery, she began, her light flickering with the memory, The creatures understood that harmony is not merely given, it is tended. The rain singers answer to the forest's own breath, to its deepest need, expressed not in worry, but in unity and remembrance. Cale listened intently, the scent of Grandfather Oakheart's parched sap sharp in his nose. Remembrance, but how do we wake them? We must remind the forest of its song, Elder Glimmer explained. We must gather the voices of the Whisperwood, every rustle, every chirp, every sigh, and we must show the rain singers the heart of the balance they sustain. Cale scampered down Grandfather Oakheart's mighty trunk, his tiny feet whispering against the rough bark. He gathered his fellow moss folk, their movements quick and purposeful. They spread out through the undergrowth, their whispers carried on threads of spider silk, summoning the forest's inhabitants. Shy wood sprites, their bodies shimmering like dewdrops on ferns, emerged from hiding. Patient badgers paused their digging, their dark eyes solemn. Even the usually silent earthworms churned closer to the surface, sensing the call. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and bruised peach, the creatures gathered at the forest's heart, a clearing carpeted in soft, velvety moss beside a shrunken, silver-thread stream. Grandfather Oakheart stood sentinel, his branches stretching protectively over them all. The air was thick with the scent of warm earth, crushed wild strawberries, and the faint, metallic tang of distant thunder that never came. Elder Glimmer hovered above the gathering, her light now a soft, encompassing sphere that pushed back the twilight shadows. Children of the Whisperwood, she chimed, her voice amplified by the stillness. Tonight, we sing not just for ourselves, but for the rain singers who slumber. We sing the song of the forest's need, the song of gratitude for the water that gives life, the song of harmony that binds root to rock, leaf to sky. And so the concert began. It wasn't loud, but profoundly deep. The badgers drummed a slow, rhythmic thump on the hollow roots. The wood sprites brushed their shimmering hands against clusters of bell-shaped flowers, releasing chimes that hung pure and clear in the air, smelling faintly of nectar. The moss folk rustled the dry leaves still clinging to bushes, creating a susurrus like 1,000 tiny sighs. Cale climbed onto a smooth, cool stone by the stream and sang a wordless melody taught by the wind, his voice surprisingly strong and sweet, carrying the scent of damp moss and ancient stone. The lumina, hundreds of them now, rose into the air. They didn't blink randomly, they pulsed in unison, a slow, deep rhythm that matched the drumming of the badgers, their collective light forming a constellation that mirrored the emerging stars above, filling the clearing with a gentle, living warmth. Grandfather Oakhart added his voice. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated up through the roots, into the moss, into the very bones of the gathered creatures. It was the sound of deep roots drinking from hidden aquifers, the groan of wood expanding in forgotten rain, the sigh of leaves releasing moisture into the dawn. It smelled of rich loam and cool shade. They sang the memory of rain, the fat, cool plop on a broad leaf, the joyful gurgle of a stream in full spate, the deep, satisfying scent of petrichor rising from sun-warmed earth after a downpour. They sang the feel of dew on delicate petals, the taste of clean water, the sight of life bursting green and vibrant. They sang their gratitude for the balance, their understanding of its fragility, their shared resolve to nurture it. As the unified song swelled, something magical stirred. High above, where the canopy thinned, the air began to shimmer. Not with heat, but with a cool, silver luminescence. Tiny points of light, like captured starlight, coalesced. They were the rain singers, roused from their deep slumber by the forest's unified voice, by the tangible wave of need and love that washed over them. They heard the song of the parched earth in Cale's melody, saw the reflection of thirsty roots in the luminous light, felt the moss folks rustling mimic the desperate whisper of dry leaves. The rain singers began to move. They swirled together, a graceful, silent ballet against the deepening indigo sky. Their movement created the faintest breath of wind, cool and damp, carrying the unmistakable, ozone-rich promise of rain. It kissed the upturned faces of the creatures below, smelling of distant storms and clean water. Then the first drop fell. A single perfect bead of cool water landed on Kale's head, trickling down his mossy back with delicious relief. Another landed on a broad oak leaf with a resonant plink. Another and another. The drops multiplied not as a furious storm, but as a gentle, steady weeping of the sky. It was the softest rain, the kind that soaks deep without disturbing, that whispers secrets to the soil. The creatures didn't scatter. They stood or sat or hovered, feeling the cool benediction. The moss folk lifted their faces, the rain washing the dust from their green coats. The lumina pulsed gently, their light reflecting in the countless droplets, turning the clearing into a cave of living diamonds. The badgers rumbled contentment, the wood sprites danced in the shimmering curtain, and Grandfather Oakheart seemed to stand taller, his leaves unfurling with audible sighs of relief, releasing the fresh, green scent of renewed life. The rain singers danced above, their forms weaving intricate patterns in the rain-laden air, their silent song now one with the rhythm of the falling water. The stream beside the clearing began to chuckle again, its voice growing stronger with every passing moment. The forest drank deeply, the thirsty earth sighing with profound satisfaction, the scent of damp soil and revitalized greenery filling every corner. As the gentle rain continued into the night, Elder Glimmer settled beside Kale under the broad shelter of Grandfather Oakheart's lowest branch. The drumming had ceased, the chimes were still, replaced by the peaceful symphony of raindrops on countless leaves, a lullaby for the forest. The air was cool, clean, and vibrantly alive. "You see, young Kale," Elder Glimmer pulsed softly, her light mingling with the raindrops catching the moonlight, "wisdom is not just knowing the old ways. It is understanding that the forest's song lives in every creature, in every leaf, in every drop of water. When we sing together, when we remember our connection, the magic listens, the balance remembers itself." Kale watched the rain, feeling the cool dampness seep into the moss around him, smelling the rich, dark perfume of the forest reborn. He felt Grandfather Oakheart's deep, contented hum vibrating through the stone beneath him, a sound as comforting as a heartbeat. He understood now, deep in his tiny being, that the true magic wasn't just in summoning rain, but in the shared breath, the shared need, the shared love for their home. It was a lesson woven into the fabric of the Whisperwood, passed down through rustling leaves and flickering lights, a promise whispered on every raindrop: harmony is a song sung together. And as the steady, gentle rain sang the forest to sleep, Kale closed his eyes, safe and content, knowing the balance was restored, cradled in the ancient, living heart of the Whisperwood. The moon, a silver pearl in the washed-clean sky, cast a peaceful light over the slumbering magic, and all was well. Story 19. The first chill of autumn whispered through the village of Willowbrook, rustling the golden leaves of the ancient oaks that stood sentinel along the cobbled lanes. Inside a snug cottage at the edge of the woods, young Finn traced patterns on his frost-kissed window pane. Outside, the world seemed painted in shades of amber and russet, but Finn's heart felt gray. He was a quiet soul in a village of boisterous laughter, often overlooked by the other children who raced through fields shouting tales of imaginary dragons. His only solace was the river bank, where the water murmured secrets only he seemed to hear. One crisp afternoon, while skipping smooth stones across the glassy surface of the Silver Thread River, Finn's fingers brushed against something unusual nestled in the silt. It was a stone, but unlike any he'd seen, warm to the touch, swirling with veins of opal that pulsed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. As he held it, the river's murmur swelled into distinct, melodic whispers. "Seek the place where roots drink starlight," the stone seemed to sing directly into his thoughts. Finn's breath caught. This was no ordinary stone. It was a starstone, a fragment of celestial magic his grandmother had whispered about in bedtime tales long ago. That night the starstone glowed beneath his pillow, casting dancing shadows on the wall. In his dreams, he saw a path winding into the whispering woods, a place villagers avoided, claiming it was touched by the uncanny. Yet the dream path felt welcoming, lined with luminous mushrooms and ferns that shimmered like emerald dust. When dawn painted the sky rose gold, Finn packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and his warmest woolen scarf. The starstone nestled in his pocket hummed with gentle insistence. He slipped out, drawn toward the wood's shadowy embrace. The moment Finn crossed the tree line, the air changed. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in liquid gold, and the scent of damp earth and pine resin wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. But the true wonder unfolded deeper within. Following the starstone's glow, Finn pushed aside a curtain of weeping willow branches and gasped. Before him lay the glimmering glen, a hidden world pulsing with magic. Trees bore leaves of spun sapphire, rivers flowed with liquid silver, and fireflies the size of sparrows drifted like living lanterns. Yet something was wrong. Withered patches marred the vibrant flora, and the air thrummed with a faint, sorrowful vibration. A sudden rustle came from a thicket of crystal-blossomed shrubs. Finn froze as a creature emerged, no taller than his knee, with velvety indigo fur, enormous ears like moth wings, and eyes like polished obsidian. It hissed, baring tiny needle teeth. Human, it spat, voice like wind chimes tinged with fear. You bring the blight with you. Finn knelt slowly, palms open. I mean no harm, my name's Finn. I came because the starstone led me. He showed the glowing stone. The creature's eyes widened, its defensive posture softening. The heart-seeker it breathed. I am Thistle, forgive my harshness. The glen sickens and we fear outsiders. Thistle explained that the crystal of echoes, the glen's living heart embedded in the oldest tree, had vanished a moon ago. Without it, the glen's magic faded, withering its wonders. The crystal sings harmony to all things here. Without its song, silence spreads like rot. Finn's quiet nature became his strength. Where others might rush, he observed. He noticed faint, silvery footprints near the crystal's empty hollow, too large for Thistle's kind, yet shimmering with the same magic as the glen. Something from here took it, Finn murmured. Thistle bristled. None of the glen folk would betray our home. But the evidence was undeniable. Thus began an unlikely partnership, a silent human boy and a prickly, winged guardian, united by a shared purpose. Their journey led them through the glen's enchanted perils. They crossed the singing river, whose waters formed bridges of solid melody when Finn hummed a tune the starstone echoed. They navigated the maze of shadows, where Thistle's knowledge of hidden paths and Finn's intuitive sense of direction merged perfectly. Finn learned to trust Thistle's fierce loyalty, while Thistle marveled at Finn's thoughtful calm. You see what others overlook, Thistle admitted one evening, as they shared berries sweeter than honey beneath a constellation of bioluminescent vines. Clues mounted. They found tufts of coarse, iridescent fur snagged on thorn vines, and deep impressions in moss that spoke of immense weight. Near the starlight pools they met an elder tree spirit, her bark face etched with worry. I saw the one who passed, she creaked. Old Bramble, the mountain giant, he looked, lost and sad. Giants. In the glen. Thistle shook their head. Bramble hasn't walked these paths in centuries. He lives far up the crag of solitude. Why would he take the crystal? The answer came as they ascended the crag, leaving the glen's warmth for biting winds. Inside a cavern echoing with loneliness, they found Bramble. He wasn't fearsome, just ancient and stooped, his craggy face streaked with tears. In his massive palm he cradled the crystal of echoes, its light dimmed to a feeble flicker. It's so quiet now, he rumbled, voice like stones grinding. I only wanted a little light, a little song. Bramble confessed. For decades he'd watched the glen's joy from afar, too ashamed of his size and clumsiness to join its delicate beauty. When he saw the crystal glowing, he'd taken it, hoping its magic would ease his isolation. But the crystal's song couldn't thrive away from the glen, just as Bramble couldn't heal his loneliness by stealing light. Finn approached, the starstone pulsing softly. "The glen is dying without this," he said gently. "Its song belongs to everyone, even you if you let it." Thistle, initially bristling with anger, fluttered to Bramble's knee. "You big lump," they sighed, but affection softened the words. "The glen's harmony needs all voices, even deep, rumbly ones." Bramble's tears fell like dewdrops. "I just forgot how to ask for company." Together, they carried the crystal home. As they placed it back into the heart tree, the glen erupted in a symphony of renewal. Withered plants burst into bloom, rivers sang with renewed vigor, and the air shimmered with joyous magic. Bramble, hesitantly invited to stay, became the glen's gentle guardian, his laughter a new, beloved bass note in its song. At the celebration, fireflies wove crowns of light for Finn and Thistle. The starstone, its purpose fulfilled, dissolved into a shower of harmless sparks that settled on Finn's shoulders like grateful fireflies. When Finn returned to Willowbrook, autumn had deepened. He stood a little taller, his quiet eyes holding new depths. He didn't shout about his adventure. Instead, he sat by the river, sketching the glimmering glen in his notebook. To his surprise, other children gathered, drawn by his calm presence. He shared tales not of conquest, but of friendship, of Thistle's courage, Bramble's redemption, and how even the smallest voice mattered in a great harmony. The village listened, enchanted. Years later, Finn became Willowbrook's storyteller. On chilly evenings, children would huddle by his hearth as he spoke of hidden glens and star-guided journeys. He always ended the same way, holding a smooth, ordinary river stone warmed by the firelight. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice as soothing as the silver thread's song, "magic isn't just in faraway wonders. It's in kindness that bridges differences, courage found in quiet hearts, and the light we carry within that can guide others home." Outside, the wind rustled the oaks, carrying with it the faint, sweet echo of laughter from a hidden glen, where a boy's friendship still warmed the world. And in the peaceful silence that followed his words, children drifted to sleep, dreaming of starlit paths and the gentle hum of belonging. Story 20. The salty breeze whispered through the harbor village of Seabreeze, carrying the scent of kelp and distant lands. Young Leo often sat on the worn wooden dock, his feet dangling above the shimmering turquoise water, feeling a curious pull in his chest. While other children chased crabs or built sandcastles, Leo felt a quiet ache, a sense of being slightly adrift, like a boat untethered. His grandfather, Silas, with eyes the color of weathered driftwood and a smile as warm as sun-baked stone, noticed this restlessness. One crisp autumn evening, as fireflies began their soft, golden dance in the twilight, Silas placed a heavy, sea-polished wooden box on Leo's lap beside the crackling hearth. "Time, I think," Silas murmured, his voice as comforting as the fire's glow, "to share what the tide brings in." Inside the box, nestled in faded blue velvet, lay 3 extraordinary seashells. Not the common cockles or periwinkles Leo knew, but shells of impossible beauty and strangeness. One was a spiral of iridescent mother-of-pearl, shimmering with all the colors of a captured sunset. Another was smooth and cool as moonstone, shaped like a perfect crescent moon. The third was rough and dark, etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and move like tiny, flowing rivers when Leo looked closely. "These," Silas said, tracing the pearlescent spiral with a calloused finger, "are the tidekeepers. They belong to your great-great-grandmother Marina and her mother before her, stretching back further than the oldest oak in the Whispering Woods. Our family, Leo, we are tide listeners. We feel the ocean's heart, understand its whispers, and keep its memories safe." A thrill, warm and deep, washed over Leo. This was the pull he felt. It wasn't drift, it was a call. But what do they do? He breathed, unable to tear his eyes from the shifting patterns on the dark shell. They remember, Silas explained gently. Each shell holds echoes of our ancestors, their joys, their sorrows, their wisdom learned beneath the sun and stars. They are keys, Leo, not to locked doors, but to understanding ourselves and the sea that runs in our veins. He pointed to the moonstone crescent. This belonged to Finn, who could read the stars reflected in calm waters to guide ships home safely. He touched the dark, etched shell. This was Kalen's. He understood the language of storms, not to fear them, but to respect their power and find the calm within. Finally, he tapped the iridescent spiral. And this was Marina's. She could hear the songs of whales leagues away and knew the secret paths of the dolphins. She taught that kindness flows both ways, between land and sea. Silas revealed that the true power of the Tidekeepers wasn't in grand magic, but in connection. By holding them, focusing, and truly listening not just with ears, but with the heart, one could touch the essence of those who came before, feeling their experiences and the lessons they learned. The greatest lesson, Silas whispered, the firelight dancing in his eyes, is that we are never truly alone. We are part of a great flowing story written in salt water and starlight. Our ancestors faced waves as tall as mountains and found calm waters. Their courage, their patience, their deep respect for the world around them, that lives within us, Leo, within you. Driven by this newfound sense of belonging, Leo spent his days learning. He sat with the moonstone crescent on the silent beach at dawn, feeling a profound calm wash over him, just as Finn must have felt under the starry sky. He held Kalen's dark shell during a brewing squall, not feeling fear, but sensing the storm's wild energy and the deep, quiet center where safety lay. With Marina's pearlescent spiral pressed to his ear near the harbor, he closed his eyes and listened. He heard not whale song, but the gentle murmur of fish, the click of crabs, the sigh of seaweed swaying, a complex, beautiful language of life he'd never noticed before. He understood deep in his bones Marina's lesson. The sea gives freely, but asks for respect and kindness in return. He started carefully returning starfish to the water, untangling stray fishing lines, and speaking softly to the curious seals who watched him from the rocks. One night, a storm unlike any other roared towards Seabreeze. Not the usual fierce gale, but a monstrous, churning tempest that made the very earth tremble. Fear, cold and sharp, gripped the villagers. Panic threatened to rise like the tide. Leo felt it too, a primal dread. But then he remembered the Tidekeepers. He remembered Kalen facing the fury, Finn finding the guiding stars, Marina hearing the life within the chaos. With Silas's steady hand on his shoulder, Leo took the wooden box down to the storm-lashed harbor wall. Rain lashed his face, wind whipped his clothes, but he stood firm. He held Kalen's dark shell high, feeling its etched patterns vibrate against his palm. He focused not on fighting the storm, but on understanding it, feeling its immense power and searching for the eye, the calm center Kalen knew existed. He held Finn's moonstone crescent, seeking not distant stars, but the inner light of calm guidance. Finally, he clutched Marina's iridescent spiral, listening through the roar for the quieter voices, the frantic pulse of fish seeking shelter, the anxious cries of seabirds. He heard their fear, but also their instinct, their knowledge of where to find safety. Turning to the terrified villagers huddled behind him, Leo didn't shout commands. He spoke with a calm certainty that seemed to cut through the storm's fury. "The old sea caves," he called, his voice surprisingly steady. "The deep ones behind the falls, the fish are gathering there. The storm's fiercest bite will pass just east of us if we anchor the boats this way." He pointed, his hand unwavering, guided by the combined wisdom flowing through the shells and into his heart. Trusting the young tide listener, the villagers acted. They secured the boats as Leo directed and sheltered in the deep, dry caves Leo knew the sea creatures were fleeing to. As they huddled in the flickering lantern light, listening to the storm rage outside, a profound peace settled over them, born of shared trust and action. And Leo was right. The storm's core veered east, sparing Seabreeze its worst fury, though the waves still crashed mightily against the cliffs. When dawn broke, painting the sky in bruised purples and soft pinks, Seabreeze emerged battered but unbroken. The harbor was strewn with seaweed and driftwood, but the boats were safe. The villagers looked at Leo, soaked and weary but standing tall on the damp sand, the tidekeepers glinting softly in the new light, with newfound respect and deep gratitude. He hadn't commanded the waves, he had listened to them, and to the echoes of those who had learned how to dance with them long ago. Leo felt it then, stronger than ever. The warm, anchoring pull in his chest wasn't drift. It was roots deep and strong, reaching back through generations of tide listeners, anchoring him firmly to Seabreeze, to his family, to the vast, wise ocean itself. He understood now that the ancient legacy wasn't just about magical shells. It was about listening to the world, to the past, to the quiet voice within. It was about finding calm in chaos through understanding, showing kindness to all living things, and knowing you are part of a vast, beautiful story much bigger than yourself. That evening, as the repaired hearth crackled, and the scent of salt and wood smoke filled the cozy cottage, Leo carefully placed the tidekeepers back into their velvet nest. Silas smiled, the warmth reaching his eyes. Leo knew one quiet evening far in the future, he would open this box for another young heart feeling adrift. He would share the shells, the stories, and the deep, comforting truth that belonging isn't always found in place, but in understanding the current that carries you, the whispers of those who sailed before, and the peaceful harbor of wisdom that lies within every listening heart. The fire popped softly, casting dancing shadows, and the distant sigh of the calm sea was a gentle lullaby, singing of ancient legacies and peaceful tomorrows. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Leela found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Leela ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Leela, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Leela walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good. We'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Leela asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Leela's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Leela's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Leela through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Leela whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears, hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed, snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Leela's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Leela sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Leela's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. The evening sun dipped below the whispering hills, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and apricot, as young Finn traced his fingers over the worn quilt covering his grandmother's lap. Outside, fireflies danced like scattered stars above the meadow. "Grandmother," he whispered, "why does the wind sing differently here than in the town?" Grandma Sylvie smiled, her eyes crinkling like ancient parchment. "Because the wind remembers, child, just like this land remembers our bones." She opened a carved cedar chest, releasing the scent of dried lavender and thyme. Inside lay a bundle wrapped in faded indigo cloth. "Tonight," she said, her voice a soft hum, "you're ready to hold what's been waiting for you." Unfolding the cloth revealed a river stone, smooth as polished moonlight, with a spiral etched into its surface. "This," Grandma Sylvie murmured, placing it in Finn's palm, "is your great-great-grandmother's listening stone. Our family carried these when we tended the Valley of Echoes, long before roads or towns existed." The stone warmed against Finn's skin, humming faintly like a bee in clover. The next morning, Finn followed the stone's pull toward the eastern woods. Dew-kissed ferns brushed his ankles, and the air tasted of pine resin and wild mint. Deep in the forest, where sunlight filtered like liquid gold, he found a moss-covered archway of intertwined oak roots, hidden unless one knew to look. The stone's hum deepened as he stepped through. Beyond lay the Valley of Echoes, untouched by time. Silver birches stood sentinel around a clearing where wild strawberries carpeted the earth. At its center rose 3 standing stones, taller than Finn, carved with spirals matching his stone. As he approached, a breeze stirred, carrying voices that weren't quite voices, more like the memory of laughter, the echo of lullabies. Finn placed his listening stone against the central monolith. Light bloomed from the spiral, weaving into the air like liquid starlight. Suddenly, the clearing shimmered. Ghostly figures materialized, people with his grandmother's kind eyes and his own unruly hair. They moved through visions, gathering herbs with reverence, singing to saplings as they planted them, placing similar stones in riverbeds to bless the waters. Finn watched them face a great drought, not with fear, but by gathering every soul in the valley. They shared water equally, sang rain songs until clouds gathered, and taught children to read the language of wilting leaves. Their strength lay not in force but in deep listening, to the land, to each other. As the visions faded, a woman with Grandma Sylvie's smile lingered. Her voice resonated in Finn's bones, gentle as root growth. We are keepers of whispers, child. To hear the earth sigh is to know when it thirsts. To hear a friend's silence is to know their heart. This is our legacy, not stone or song, but the courage to listen deeply. The monolith's carving shifted, revealing a hollow holding a simple circlet of braided sweetgrass. Finn lifted it and the valley sighed, a sound of contentment. That evening he returned to Grandma Sylvie's cottage as fireflies ignited the dusk. He placed the sweetgrass circlet in her hands, whispering all he'd seen. Her tears gleamed in the candlelight. The keeper's crown, she breathed. Woven by the first of our line to remind us, true wisdom grows from stillness, not noise. They sat on the porch as stars emerged, Finn's head resting against her shoulder. He understood now why the wind sang here. It carried centuries of his family's laughter, their struggles, their quiet stewardship. The stone in his pocket pulsed warmly, no longer a mystery, but a companion. "Grandmother," Finn said, watching the moon rise pearly white over the hills, "I heard the valley today. It said it's glad we remember." Sylvie kissed his forehead. "And so it will be for generations to come. Close your eyes, little keeper." As Finn drifted to sleep, the wind wove through the sweetgrass crown on the windowsill, humming the old, tender songs of the earth. Outside, the land dreamed peacefully, cradled in the arms of its gentle guardians. Story 81. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela, with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer," it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated, the ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor, courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. "The map-handed child, we've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered three symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways, a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well," it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered, a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the crystal veil woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood. Courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. Story 82. Story 83. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the Lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The Lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the Lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The Lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young Lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the Lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the Lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The Lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, Lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the Lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The Lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the Lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The Lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, The lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions. Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. Twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, Scales' flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glowrumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentongue's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moonhaven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient Whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The Whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss. Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the vale's light is draining away. Quill's small face was etched with worry. The heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails. He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. Their inscription says, "Seek the heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help. Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thorn can avoid it. But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map. He looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the veil. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly. And for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. "Echo wraiths," Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. "They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here." Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. "Lost, always lost," hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. "Pointless, you can't help," murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. "Cold, so cold, alone," a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. Find the light, he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it, he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it? Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. You know, Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match. He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the veil, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back? Quill puffed out his chest. Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, the seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit, through the old oak, if you promise not to step on the moss. Oliver grinned. I promise. When it was time to leave, the veil creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. Remember, Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, and watch your step. I will, Quill, Oliver said, crouching down. Thank you for everything. Quill shuffled his feet. Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this. He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the veil's starlight. To remind you. Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. I'll treasure it. he pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the Whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the Heartwood Seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. "Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake." Pip's ears did a frantic jig. "Fear not, Fig, we'll find the source of this gummy gloom." Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. "The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear beans, but beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off." Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of Fig's sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. "Bravo, encore." Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered with wind-blown secrets, there lived a boy named Milo whose pockets were always full of curious things. Smooth stones that hummed when held to the ear, feathers that shimmered like liquid starlight, and acorn caps that fit perfectly on his thumb. But his greatest discovery came on the eve of his 10th birthday, when he found an oil lantern tucked behind a crate of dried lavender in the attic. Its brass surface was dull with age, and etched into its base were words worn soft as a grandmother's hands, "Seek what hides in plain sight." That night, as the first cricket began its even song, Milo polished the lantern until his face blinked back at him from the metal. When he struck a match to light the wick, the flame leapt not in gold, but in rippling silver, casting patterns across the walls like moonlight dancing through willow branches. The air smelled suddenly of rain-soaked earth and something sweet, vanilla perhaps, or ripe plums. A path of glowing foxglove blossoms appeared beyond his window, winding into the ink-dark forest where villagers never wandered after dusk. Milo's boots crunched on frosted leaves as he followed the trail, the lantern swinging gently in his grip. Shadows stretched and shivered around him until he reached a clearing where a hedgehog in a waistcoat of moss stood atop a toadstool, tiny spectacles balanced on his snout. "You're late," the hedgehog huffed, though his eyes twinkled like dew. "Bramble at your service. I suppose you've come about the weeping." "The weeping." Milo crouched, lantern light pooling around them. A sound shivered through the trees then, a mournful wail that made Milo's bones ache. Bramble's quills drooped. The guardian of roots, her heart tree is sick, and without its song the forest's memories are unraveling. Birds forget their nests, streams misplace their courses. Even the stars, he pointed to the sky, where constellations flickered like guttering candles, grow faint. The lantern's flame dimmed as the wail came again, closer now. Bramble scurried up Milo's sleeve, his whisper urgent. "The lantern chose you, but only kindness can mend what's broken. Remember, roots listen best when the world holds its breath." They pressed deeper into the woods, guided by a firefly named Glint, whose wings left trails of citrine light. "I'll illuminate doubts," she declared, zipping ahead. "Doubts in doorways and, oh, duck." Milo barely avoided a spiderweb strung with trembling pearls of rain. When they found the guardian, she was curled at the base of a massive oak, her bark-like skin split with cracks that oozed amber tears. The tree above her groaned, its branches clutching shriveled leaves. "It starves," the guardian mourned, voice rasping like dry reeds. "The roots cannot hear the sky's song anymore." Milo knelt, setting the lantern between them. Up close the tree's bark bore carvings, swirling patterns that told stories of seasons long past. He placed a palm against the trunk and images flooded his mind. A sapling drinking starlight, generations of owls nesting in its arms, the first time snowfall kissed its branches. But the memories grew fractured, fading like ink in water. The roots need to remember, Milo murmured. Bramble nibbled a threadbare root tendril. They're tangled, too much noise underground, grumbling stones, chattering worms. Glint settled on Milo's shoulder. What if we sing the tree's own story back to it, so the roots recognize their song? The guardian lifted her face, hope kindling in her hollow eyes. The tree gave its voice to the wind long ago. We've forgotten the tune. Milo studied the lantern's inscription, seek what hides in plain sight, and gasped. The stories are right here. He traced the carvings on the oak. These aren't just marks, they're notes. Unlatching the lantern's glass, he held the flame near the symbols. Shadows leapt across the grooves, transforming them into a musical staff dotted with notes. Glint hummed, translating the patterns into a melody as delicate as cobwebs. The guardian joined in, her voice deep and resonant as a cello string. Bramble drummed a rhythm on an acorn cap. Milo closed his eyes, pouring the lantern's silvery light into the song, imagining it seeping through soil to where the roots lay knotted and confused. Slowly, the ground warmed. The oak shuddered as roots untwined, stretching toward the melody. Overhead, leaves plumped emerald green, and a single blossom unfurled, a white petaled star that drifted into Milo's palm. The heart tree's gratitude, the guardian whispered. Plant it where memories grow thin, and it will whisper the world's stories back into balance. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Milo returned home, the lantern now glowing with a steady, butterscotch light. In the village square, he planted the blossom beside the well. By midday, elders swapping tales there found their voices richer, their laughter brighter. Children discovered they could suddenly recall every word of their grandparents' bedtime stories. Milo still collects curious things, but now he seeks objects heavy with unsung tales, a locket that hums lullabies when opened, a quill that writes in the scent of its memories, campfire smoke, rose gardens, fresh-baked bread. And on quiet evenings, when the lantern's light spills across his windowsill, he swears he hears brambles snuffly chuckle in the rustle of leaves, or glimpses Glint's spark leading fireflies in constellations no one else recognizes. The villagers say the boy with the lantern has a way of mending broken things, clocks that won't tick, friendships frayed by harsh words, hearts stiffened by loneliness. But Milo knows the truth. Every object, every person, holds a song beneath their surface. Sometimes all they need is a gentle light and someone willing to listen. The wind sighed through the willows by Rowan Creek, carrying the scent of damp earth and the last brave wildflowers clinging to autumn. Inside a snug cottage with ivy crawling up its stone walls, a fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing amber light across the worn rug where a young girl named Mira sat. She held a smooth, gray river stone warmed by the fire, its surface etched with faint, swirling lines that seemed to shift in the flickering light. It wasn't particularly beautiful, this stone, but it felt right in her palm, a comforting weight she'd found years ago near the creek bend. Mira often felt a quiet ache, a sense of being too big for her own skin or too small for the wide, bustling world beyond her village. She noticed things others missed, the intricate patterns of frost on a window pane, the secret language of birdsong at dawn, the way the creek water murmured different tunes over different stones. Tonight the ache felt sharper, a restlessness humming beneath her skin. She traced the stone's lines, her fingertip catching on a tiny, almost invisible indentation shaped like a crescent moon. As her finger pressed into the moon mark, the stone pulsed gently, like a tiny heartbeat against her skin. A soft silver-blue light bloomed from the indentation, warm and alive. Mira gasped, almost dropping it. The light grew not blindingly bright, but deep and cool, like moonlight concentrated into a liquid pearl. It flowed outwards, not illuminating the room, but seeming to gather the shadows themselves, weaving them into a shimmering curtain beside the hearth. Within the curtain of woven light and shadow, an image formed. Not a reflection of the room, but a place. She saw towering trees unlike any in the woods she knew, their bark shimmering with veins of silver and amethyst. Giant, luminous mushrooms glowed softly from the forest floor, casting pools of violet and emerald light. Delicate, fern-like plants unfurled fronds that seemed spun from starlight, and the air within this vision shimmered with drifting motes of gold. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The vision lasted only a moment before the light retreated back into the stone, leaving the familiar room and the crackling fire. Mira stared at the stone, her heart pounding like a trapped bird against her ribs. Had she imagined it? The warmth still pulsed faintly within the stone, and the crescent moon indentation felt slightly warmer than the rest. A thrill, equal parts fear and wonder, shot through her. This was no ordinary stone. It was a key. Sleep was impossible. The image of that luminous forest burned behind her eyelids. Before dawn painted the sky with pale streaks of rose, Mira was pulling on her thickest woolen socks and a sturdy coat. She tucked the river stone deep into her pocket, its warmth a constant reassurance against her leg. She slipped out the cottage door, the air crisp and biting, carrying the scent of wood smoke and frost. She didn't know exactly where she was going, only that she needed to follow the creek, to the bend where she'd found the stone years ago. The familiar path looked different in the pre-dawn gloom. Frost crunched under her boots, and the skeletal branches of the willows reached like bony fingers. The creek gurgled, its voice louder, more insistent. When she reached the bend, a place where the water curved sharply around a mossy boulder, she stopped. This was the spot. She pulled out the stone. It felt heavier now, humming with a low, almost inaudible vibration. Taking a deep breath, Mira pressed her thumb firmly into the crescent moon mark. Again the silver-blue light bloomed, brighter this time, washing over the mossy boulder. Instead of forming a curtain, the light seemed to melt a section of the rock. The solid stone surface rippled like water, revealing not darkness, but the very edge of the luminous forest she'd glimpsed in her vision. She could smell it now, damp earth rich with unknown minerals, the sweet, clean scent of those glowing mushrooms, and something else, ozone like the air after lightning, but gentler. The sound of the creek faded, replaced by a profound, expectant silence. Heart-hammering, Mira stepped through the rippling stone. The transition was instantaneous. One moment she was in the chilly pre-dawn woods, the next she stood beneath the canopy of the shimmering trees. The air was noticeably warmer, thick with the scents she'd detected. The silence was immense, yet alive. It wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of a deep, resonant quiet, like the world holding its breath. The giant mushrooms pulsed softly, their light painting shifting patterns on the silver and purple bark of the trees. The starlight ferns trembled slightly, though there was no breeze. Above, the canopy wasn't sky, but a dense tapestry of glowing leaves in shades of deep blue and indigo, creating a perpetual twilight. This was the Glimmerwood. Mira stood frozen, awestruck. The scale was overwhelming. Everything felt ancient, watchful. She took a tentative step forward, the moss beneath her boots yielding silently. As she moved deeper, small wonders revealed themselves. Tiny beetles with iridescent carapaces scurried over roots, leaves unfurled with a soft sigh, and crystal-clear droplets of water hung suspended from fronds, refracting the ambient light into miniature rainbows. She followed a faint path winding between the giant mushroom caps, drawn by a distant, rhythmic sound like deep, slow chimes. The path led to a clearing where a small, perfectly still pool reflected the glowing canopy. Beside the pool, half hidden behind a curtain of luminous vines, sat a creature. Mira froze again, fear prickling her skin. It was large, easily the size of a pony, but shaped like a badger grown immense. Its fur wasn't brown and white, but a deep, velvety black shot through with streaks of silver that seemed to move like liquid mercury. Its eyes, large and intelligent, were the color of polished amber, reflecting the soft lights of the glimmerwood. It had powerful shoulders and long claws that looked capable of tearing through stone. It was utterly magnificent and undeniably intimidating. It was a shadow stripe, a creature from village tales meant to warn children away from deep woods depicted as fierce, territorial beasts. The shadow stripe hadn't noticed her yet. It was focused intently on the still pool, its massive head tilted. As Mira watched, holding her breath, the creature reached out a massive, clawed paw and dipped a single claw tip into the water. Ripples spread, and as they touched the edges of the pool, the deep chime-like sound resonated softly through the clearing. The shadow stripe's expression wasn't fierce, it looked thoughtful, almost sad. Mira must have made a sound, a tiny gasp, the crunch of a leaf under her shifting foot. The shadow stripe's head snapped up. Its amber eyes locked onto hers. Mira's blood ran cold. She saw intelligence there and surprise, but also a flicker of something that looked remarkably like fear. It didn't roar or charge. It simply stared frozen, its silver-streaked fur bristling slightly. Panic surged. Mira fumbled in her pocket, her fingers closing around the warm river stone. She didn't know what to do. Run. Hide. She squeezed the stone tightly, pressing the moon mark unconsciously. The stone pulsed, stronger than before. A wave of that calming silver-blue light washed out from her, gentle but distinct. It washed over the shadow stripe. The creature flinched, but then it relaxed. The bristling fur smoothed. The fear in its eyes melted into pure astonishment. It tilted its massive head again, studying Mira with intense curiosity. Then, incredibly, it made a sound. Not a growl, but a low, rumbling purr, deep and resonant, vibrating in Mira's chest. It was a sound of profound relief. Slowly, cautiously, Mira lowered the stone, though she kept it clasped in her hand. Hello, she whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The shadow stripe blinked its amber eyes. It didn't speak, but it dipped its head in a slow, deliberate nod. Then it gestured with its muzzle towards the pool. Mira, her fear slowly receding, replaced by burgeoning wonder, took a hesitant step closer. The shadow stripe watched her, then dipped its claw into the pool again. Chime. The sound vibrated through the air. This time, as the ripples spread, Mira saw something else. Faint images flickered within the water's reflection, not the canopy, but fleeting glimpses. A bright flash of light, a tremor shaking the ground, a sense of frantic movement. Then a shimmering barrier, like solidified moonlight, sealing off a section of the forest. The images faded with the ripples, leaving only the reflection once more. The light, Mira murmured, understanding dawning. Something happened, a bright light, and then a wall. She pointed towards the shimmering barrier she'd seen in the vision. The shadow stripe rumbled again, a sound of agreement mixed with deep sorrow. It nudged a large, flat stone beside the pool with its nose. On the stone were etched symbols, swirling lines, crescent moons, and a stylized depiction of a barrier. Mira traced the symbols with her finger. They felt familiar, echoing the patterns on her river stone. "This stone, it's connected, isn't it?" she asked, holding up her key. "To whatever happened to the wall." The shadow stripe nodded vigorously. It pointed its claw at the moon symbol on Mira's stone, then at the matching symbol etched onto the flat rock. Then it pointed deeper into the glimmerwood, in the direction the barrier had appeared in the vision. Its rumble held a note of pleading. You want me to help?" Mira asked, incredulous. "Help with what? Bring down the wall." Another emphatic nod. The great beast lowered its head, its amber eyes holding Mira's gaze. It wasn't demanding, it was asking. Trusting. This creature, feared in tales as a monster, was trapped, separated from something vital by a magical barrier only her strange stone seemed connected to. Its fear hadn't been of her but for her, or perhaps for what her sudden appearance might mean. The light from her stone had calmed it, signaled she wasn't a threat. An unexpected warmth blossomed in Mira's chest, pushing aside the last remnants of her fear. This wasn't a terrifying beast, it was a lost soul, just like she sometimes felt. Her stone was the key, and this creature needed her help. Her quiet ache was forgotten, replaced by a sense of purpose so profound it felt like stepping into sunlight. "All right," Mira said, her voice stronger now. "Show me." The shadow stripe whom Mira silently named Silas in her mind led the way. Their journey through the Glimmerwood was a passage through wonder and deepening mystery. Silas moved with surprising grace for his size, his paws making almost no sound on the thick moss. He knew the hidden paths, guiding Mira around areas where the ground shimmered with unstable light or where clusters of glowing, thorned vines hung low. He showed her marvels, groves where flowers bloomed with petals of pure crystal that chimed in a non-existent breeze, streams of liquid light that flowed over stones like mercury, and creatures of pure energy that darted through the air like living constellations. Silas communicated through gestures, rumbles, and expressive eyes. He pointed out plants with leaves that glowed brighter when touched, signaling safe paths. He showed Mira how to drink from dewdrops clinging to giant ferns, water so pure and sweet it tasted like cold starlight. He shared nuts from trees with bark that felt like velvet, nuts that tasted of honey and spice. He was patient, protective, and astonishingly gentle. Mira learned the Glimmerwood was called the Veilwood by its inhabitants. Silas belonged to a clan of shadow stripes who were its ancient guardians, attuned to its deep magic. The Veilstone, Mira's river stone, was one of several ancient keys, attuned to the heart of the forest. They passed remnants of what must have been a thriving community, hollows in giant trees that looked like dwellings, clearings with patterns of stones arranged for gatherings, now overgrown and silent. The wall, Silas conveyed through gestures and sketches in the soft earth, had appeared suddenly after a violent surge of unnatural light, a light that felt cold and wrong. It had severed the Veilwood, trapping Silas and a few others on this side, separating them from the Heart Grove, the source of the forest's magic, and the rest of their clan. Without the Heart Grove's pulse, the Veilwood was slowly dimming, its magic fading. The fear in Silas's eyes wasn't just for himself, but for his entire world. The closer they got to the barrier, the more the atmosphere changed. The vibrant glow of the mushrooms and ferns grew dimmer. The air felt thinner, colder. The profound silence deepened into something oppressive. The sense of rich earth and ozone faded, replaced by a faint, acrid tang. The very trees seemed to droop, their shimmering bark dulled. Finally, they reached it. The barrier wasn't a physical wall, but a shimmering curtain of solidified moonlight, just as Mira had seen in the pool's vision. It stretched impossibly high, vanishing into the glowing canopy, and curved away into the distance on either side. It hummed with a low, dissonant frequency that set Mira's teeth on edge. Through its translucent surface, she could see the forest continuing on the other side, brighter, healthier, pulsing with stronger light. She could also see movement, other shadow stripes pacing anxiously near the barrier, their forms blurred by the distortion. They saw Silas and let out low, mournful calls that vibrated through the humming wall. Silas rumbled back, pressing his massive head against the barrier, a gesture of heartbreaking longing. Mira approached the humming wall. The cold emanating from it was palpable, leaching the warmth from her skin. She held up the Veilstone. It pulsed warmly in response, the silver-blue light flaring brighter, pushing back against the cold. She pressed the stone against the barrier. ZZZZZZZT. A shock, sharp and painful, jolted up her arm. She cried out, stumbling back. The barrier flared angrily, a harsh white light momentarily overpowering the Veilstone's glow. The dissonant hum intensified. The shadow stripes on the other side recoiled. Silas whined, a sound of deep concern. He nudged her gently with his muzzle. Mira rubbed her tingling arm, looking at the stone. The crescent moon mark glowed faintly. She hadn't just pressed it, she'd pushed it against the barrier with force, meeting resistance with resistance. That wasn't the way. Remembering how the light had calmed Silas, how it had woven the vision without force, Mira took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, focusing on the stone's warmth in her hand, its steady pulse. She thought not of breaking the wall, but of connection. Connection to Silas, to the Veilwood, to the Heart Grove beyond. She thought of the quiet ache she'd felt, the longing for belonging that resonated with the forest's fading light. She poured that feeling not force, but understanding, empathy, and a deep desire to mend into the stone. She opened her eyes. The Veilstone glowed with a soft, steady radiance, the silver-blue light flowing outwards like gentle water. She didn't push it against the barrier this time. She simply held it near, letting its light touch the humming wall. The harsh humming softened. The cold lessened. The dissonant frequency wavered, becoming almost musical. Where the Veilstone's light touched the barrier, the solidified moonlight rippled, becoming less opaque, more like flowing water. Mira saw the shadow stripes on the other side press closer, their amber eyes wide with hope. Encouraged, Mira focused harder, pouring her calm, her newfound purpose, her burgeoning friendship with Silas into the stone. The light grew stronger, spreading wider across the barrier's surface. A section about the size of a doorway began to visibly thin, becoming translucent, then almost clear. The low chime sound Silas had made at the pool resonated faintly through the thinning barrier. Silas rumbled, a sound vibrating with anticipation. He nudged Mira gently towards the thinning section. This was it. The key wasn't for smashing, it was for unlocking. Unlocking with gentleness, with understanding. Mira stepped closer to the shimmering doorway of light. She could feel the immense energy of the barrier humming around the edges of the opening, but within the circle defined by the Veilstone's influence, it felt calm, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. She took a deep breath, feeling the pure, vibrant energy of the untouched Veilwood beyond wash over her. It tasted like sunlight on dew and smelled of ancient, healthy earth. She looked back at Silas. His amber eyes held hers, filled with trust and a depth of gratitude that made her heart swell. He dipped his great head. Mira nodded, a silent pact sealed. She stepped through the shimmering gateway. The difference was immediate and profound. The air on this side was warmer, thicker with life and magic. The glow from the trees and plants was vibrant, almost blinding after the dimness of the fading section. The sense of profound silence was replaced by a soft symphony, the rustle of luminous leaves, the distant chime-like calls of unseen creatures, the gentle gurgle of a light stream nearby. It felt like stepping into the heart of a living jewel. Before her stretched a path leading deeper into the forest, towards a soft, golden radiance pulsing rhythmically in the distance the Heart Grove. But Mira didn't move immediately. She turned back to the barrier, holding the Veilstone high. Its light shone steadily through the opening she'd created. Silas hesitated for only a moment on the other side, his massive form framed by the shimmering doorway. Then, with a powerful surge, he bounded through. He landed beside Mira with a soft thud on the vibrant moss, shaking his great head as if shedding the cold and silence of the trapped side. He let out a deep, resonant roar that echoed through the trees, not a sound of anger, but of pure, unadulterated joy and homecoming. From deeper within the healthy Veilwood, answering roars and calls erupted. Shapes moved swiftly through the trees' more shadow stripes, their silver-streaked black fur gleaming in the radiant light, their amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. They converged on the clearing by the barrier. The reunion was a sight Mira would never forget. Silas was enveloped by his kin nuzzling, rumbling, touching foreheads. The sounds were deep purrs, soft whines of relief, and joyful rumbles that vibrated the ground. They touched the Veilstone's light, still holding the gateway open with reverent curiosity, their massive forms surprisingly gentle around the small human girl. One shadow stripe, slightly larger than Sila's with more pronounced silver streaks like lightning bolts across his shoulders, stepped forward. His eyes held ancient wisdom. He looked at Mira, then bowed his great head low, touching his forehead to the moss before her. The others followed suit. It was a gesture of profound respect, of gratitude that needed no words. The elder shadow stripe, whom Mira sensed was named Borin, gestured towards the pulsing golden light of the Heart Grove. Silas nudged Mira gently. Their journey wasn't over. The barrier was breached, but the Veilstone was needed at the source to fully heal the wound and restore the flow of magic to the entire forest, including the dimmed section Silas had been trapped in. The walk to the Heart Grove was a procession filled with quiet awe. Mira walked beside Silas, surrounded by the majestic shadow stripes. The forest here was even more magnificent. Trees towered like cathedrals of light, their leaves shifting colors like captured auroras. Creatures watched them pass, delicate, multi-legged beings made of woven light, shy forest sprites with wings like butterfly petals, and large, slow-moving creatures with hides like moss-covered stone. None showed fear, only curiosity and a sense of reverence for the procession heading towards the heart. The Heart Grove was a vast, open space beneath the glowing canopy. At its center stood not a tree, but a colossal, crystalline formation. It pulsed rhythmically with a warm, golden light, like a giant, benevolent heart. Veins of pure silver and deep emerald green ran through its structure, throbbing in time with the light. This was the Heartstone, the source of the Veilwood's magic and life force. But Mira could see the problem immediately. A jagged, dark fissure ran through one side of the Heartstone. From this fissure leaked tendrils of that same cold, harsh white light she'd seen associated with the barrier. These tendrils snaked outwards, corrupting the ground around the Heartstone, turning the vibrant moss gray and brittle. The pulse of the Heartstone was weak, faltering. This was the source of the cold light that had created the barrier, the sickness draining the Veilwood. Borin approached the Heartstone, placing a massive paw gently against its base. He rumbled, a sound of deep sorrow and communion. He looked back at Mira, then pointed at the fissure, then at her Veilstone. His meaning was clear. The key was needed here, at the source of the wound. Mira approached the colossal crystal. The air hummed with immense power, both benevolent and wounded. The cold emanating from the fissure was intense, but the warmth of the Veilstone in her hand countered it. She remembered the lesson at the barrier, not force but connection. Healing, not breaking. She closed her eyes, pressing the Veilstone against her own chest, feeling its steady pulse synchronize with her heartbeat. She thought of the Veilwood's beauty, the glowing mushrooms, the starlight ferns, the chime-like sounds. She thought of Silas's gentle guidance, his trust, the profound relief in his eyes when he crossed through the barrier. She thought of her own quiet ache transformed into this incredible purpose. She gathered all these feelings: love for the forest, gratitude for the friendship, the deep desire for wholeness, and poured them into the Veilstone. The stone blazed with light, not the harsh white of the fissure, but a brilliant, pure silver blue that radiated warmth and calm. Mira opened her eyes and stepped forward. She didn't thrust the stone at the fissure. Instead, she placed it gently, like a healing poultice, directly onto the jagged, dark crack in the Heartstone. The reaction was instantaneous and profound. The cold, harsh light recoiled from the Veilstone's warmth like a living thing. The silver-blue light flowed into the fissure, not fighting but filling. It seeped into the dark crack, chasing the cold light, mending, sealing. Where the Veilstone's light touched the Heartstone, the crystal structure itself began to knit back together, the dark scar shrinking, replaced by veins of healthy gold and emerald. The pulse of the Heartstone grew stronger, steadier. The warm, golden light intensified, washing over the grove in waves. The gray, brittle moss around the base began to soften, regaining its vibrant green hue. The dissonant hum emanating from the fissure faded, replaced by a deep, resonant tone that harmonized with the Veilstone's chime. It was the sound of healing, of a world mending its own heart. Mira kept her hand on the stone, pouring her energy, her empathy, into the healing process. She felt a strange connection, not just to the Veilstone, but to the Heartstone itself, to the ancient magic flowing through the Veilwood. It was vast and deep, yet welcoming. She felt Silas's presence beside her, a warm, solid comfort, his own deep rumbling adding a bass note to the healing harmony. Slowly, steadily, the fissure closed. The last tendrils of cold light dissipated like smoke in sunlight. The Veilstone's light dimmed back to its gentle pulse. Mira lifted her hand. The Heartstone stood whole again, pulsing with strong, steady, golden light. The dark scar was gone, replaced by seamless crystal. A wave of pure, vibrant energy burst forth from the Heartstone, rolling outwards like a gentle tide through the entire Veilwood. The shadow stripes lifted their heads and roared in unison, a sound of pure triumph and relief that shook the leaves. The light in the grove intensified, bathing everything in warm gold. The trees seemed to straighten, their leaves glowing brighter. Even the air tasted sweeter, richer. Mira swayed, suddenly exhausted, but filled with an indescribable warmth. Silas nudged her gently, supporting her. Borin approached, his ancient eyes filled with tears that gleamed like liquid amber in the golden light. He bowed his head again, lower this time, and gently nudged her hand, holding the Veilstone. Then he turned and led the assembled shadow stripes in a slow, solemn circle around the restored Heartstone, a ritual of gratitude. Mira knew it was time to go home. The Veilwood was healing, the barrier would likely dissolve completely now that the Heartstone was whole. Silas walked her back to the shimmering gateway, which was now barely visible, just a faint ripple in the air. The cold and silence from the other side were gone, replaced by the burgeoning vitality spreading from the Heart Grove. At the gateway, Silas stopped. He looked down at Mira, his amber eyes filled with an emotion deeper than words could convey. He lowered his massive head and gently nuzzled her cheek, his fur soft and warm. A rumble deep and pure vibrated from his chest, a sound of farewell, of profound thanks, and of eternal friendship. Mira hugged his great head, burying her face in his silver-streaked fur for a moment. "Goodbye, Silas," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you." She stepped through the faint ripple. She was back by Rowan Creek, the chilly pre-dawn air sharp after the Veilwood's warmth. The mossy boulder was just a mossy boulder again. She looked back. The shimmer was gone. The connection was closed but not severed. She could still feel the echo of the Heartstone's pulse, faint but warm, resonating from the Veilstone in her pocket. The walk back to the cottage felt different. The familiar woods were no longer just trees and path. They hummed with a subtle vibrancy she hadn't noticed before. The quiet ache inside her was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and belonging that stretched far beyond the village. She carried a hidden world within her, a friendship that defied all tales, and the quiet knowledge that even the smallest stone could hold the key to extraordinary journeys. She slipped back into the cottage just as the first true rays of dawn painted the sky. The fire had died down to embers, casting a soft, rosy glow. Mira climbed into her bed, pulling the covers up. She took the veilstone from her pocket. It was warm, pulsing softly with its own gentle rhythm, the crescent moon mark faintly visible. It no longer felt like just a stone, it felt like a promise, a reminder. As she drifted towards sleep, the images played behind her closed eyelids. The towering, shimmering trees, the giant glowing mushrooms, the deep amber eyes filled with trust, the immense, gentle creature who was her friend, the wave of golden light healing a wounded heart of crystal. The world outside her window seemed richer, deeper, holding secrets and wonders just beneath the surface. She held the warm stone close, its steady pulse a lullaby against her palm, a silent echo of a distant forest's restored heartbeat, and the unbreakable bond forged within its luminous depths. She wasn't just Mira anymore, she was the keeper of a secret, a friend to giants, and forever touched by the magic of the Veilwood. And as sleep finally claimed her, a soft smile touched her lips, knowing that wonder wasn't just in hidden forests but carried always within, a warm stone's breadth away. On the humming orbital station Nebula's cradle, where starlight streamed through crystal viewports and hydroponic gardens breathed sweetness into recycled air, two souls drifted into each other's path like asteroids caught in the same gravity well. Kale, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged fingers, tended his beloved luminous orchids. His companion was Pip, a small, six-legged mechanoid resembling a copper spider, who whirred softly as it adjusted nutrient feeds. They were content in their quiet routine, until the day a shudder rattled the station's bones. Alarms blared, a containment breach in Sector Gamma. Kale sprinted toward the disturbance, Pip skittering at his heels. What they found wasn't radiation or fire, but a creature curled beneath a fractured coolant pipe, trembling. It resembled a living nebula, translucent skin shimmering with internal constellations, limbs like braided starlight, and eyes like molten silver pools. Kale gasped. Pip extended a delicate probe, chirping a diagnostic. The creature flinched, emitting a sound like cracking ice. Fear. Communication was impossible. Kale offered water, the being recoiled, mistaking the gesture for aggression. Pip displayed holographic schematics of the station. The alien blinked, overwhelmed. Its name, they learned days later through painstaking gestures, was Lyra, from the water world Thalassar, where thoughts flowed like currents and touch conveyed meaning. Here, stranded after her scout pod collided with debris, Lyra felt adrift in a desert of harsh lights and jarring sounds. She perceived Kale's attempts to help as clumsy intrusions, Pip's whirs as threatening buzzes. Loneliness was a cold, suffocating tide. The misunderstanding deepened when the station's core life support faltered. Lights dimmed, the air grew thin and stale. Kale, deciphering schematics with Pip, realized only thalassarian biogel, a substance Lyra secreted when calm, could reseal the fractured oxygen recyclers. But Lyra, sensing the panic around her, had retreated into a defensive shell, her skin hardening into opaque crystal. Kale approached with tools. Lyra saw weapons. Pip extended a welder. Lyra hissed, mistaking it for a predator's mandible. She thinks we're attacking her. Kale realized, heart sinking. Their survival depended on trust, yet an ocean of fear lay between them. Then Pip did something extraordinary. The little mechanoid didn't approach Lyra. Instead, it scuttled to Kale's abandoned orchid tray, its delicate limbs carefully plucking a wilting bloom. With agonizing slowness, Pip placed the flower before Lyra, then retreated. It began to hum, not its usual mechanical whir, but a gentle, melodic vibration that echoed the station's distant harmonic stabilizers. The sound was familiar. Lyra uncurled slightly. Thalassarians communicated through resonant frequencies in water. This dry, artificial hum carried a ghost of home. Hesitantly, Lyra reached out. Her crystalline fingertip touched the orchid's petal. Cale held his breath. Lyra's skin softened, glowing faintly. She touched the flower again, then looked at Pip. A soft, chiming note escaped her, a question. Pip responded with 2 ascending tones. A conversation began, fragile as spun glass. Pip became the bridge, translating Lyra's resonant pulses into binary flashes Cale understood, converting his words into vibrational patterns Lyra felt. They learned her gel wasn't harvested, but shared in moments of deep connection. Survival wasn't about taking, it was about giving. Working together, they became a symphony. Cale rigged a hydration mist to mimic Thalassar's humidity, soothing Lyra. Pip calibrated sonic emitters to amplify her calming frequencies. As the station groaned around them, Lyra closed her eyes, focusing not on fear, but on the fragile trust blooming between them. Her skin shimmered and luminous gel, warm as sunlight, pooled in her palm. Cale, guided by Pip's precise instructions, applied it to the recyclers. With each seal repaired, the air grew sweeter, the light steadier. When the final breach closed, Lyra slumped, exhausted. Cale caught her, not with tools but with open hands. Her skin pulsed softly against his, a language beyond words saying, "I am safe with you." Weeks later, Lyra's repaired pod prepared to depart. Nebula's cradle gleamed, its gardens thriving under Cale's care, Pip polishing viewports with quiet pride. At the airlock, no words were needed. Lyra pressed her forehead to Cale's, a Thalassarian gesture of eternal bond. To Pip, she offered a single, perfect, luminous orchid grown from their shared garden, its roots entwined with a strand of her starlight hair. Pip stored it carefully within its chassis, a warm light glowing where its heart might be. As Lyra's pod vanished into the star-flecked velvet, Cale felt not emptiness, but fullness. He understood now, friendship wasn't about speaking the same language or sharing the same sky. It was the quiet hum in the darkness that says, "You are not alone." It was the flower offered instead of a weapon, the gel given freely, the light held safe within a metal chest. Pip chirped softly, projecting a hologram of Lyra's orchid beside Thalassar's swirling oceans. Together, human and mechanoid watched the stars, their silence a comfortable, lasting warmth, like embers in a hearth after a long journey. Some bonds, they knew, stretched farther than light years, anchored not in sameness, but in the brave, gentle choice to understand. And in the vast, whispering cosmos, that made all the difference. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny, perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, As the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks." It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. "I just wanted someone to notice." Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see. It's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown, he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. I didn't mean to intrude. Nonsense, Mira replied with a kind smile. Any friend of the stars is welcome here. And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. Zephyr, she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more. Zephyr blinked, taken aback. I didn't mean to be rude, he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself. Perhaps, Mira suggested softly, we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer. Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. I'll do my best, he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right, she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. We'll weather this storm together. Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. Thank you, he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. I've always believed the stars tell stories, she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared, he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. "Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words." Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling "thank you." Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. "Listen closely," she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. "Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found." And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for a journey into dreamland. So snuggle down, little one, and let me tell you a tale woven from moonlight, moss, and the quiet courage found in unlikely places. It begins with a child named Finn, whose footsteps were often as soft as falling snow. Finn lived on the very edge of the village of Oakhaven, where the neat cobbled streets and friendly chatter gradually gave way to wild hedgerows and the deep, ancient silence of the whispering woods. Most villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, telling tales of shifting paths and voices on the wind. Finn, however, felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths. While other children raced and shouted in the village square, Finn would sit beneath the old hawthorn tree at the forest's edge, listening. Not just to the birdsong or the rustle of leaves, but to something deeper, older, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world. Finn was known for being quiet, perhaps too quiet for some. Words often tangled on their tongue, fears felt too big to voice, and the bustling energy of the village could feel overwhelming. But in the presence of the ancient trees, Finn felt a different kind of understanding, a calm that settled the restless flutters inside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light slanted through the turning leaves, Finn felt the pull stronger than ever. A shimmer like sunlight catching on dew-laden spiderwebs seemed to beckon from just beyond the first line of towering oaks. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Finn stepped off the familiar path and into the embrace of the whispering woods. The change was immediate. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the deep hush of the forest floor, muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating motes dancing in the air. The air smelled richly of decaying wood, damp moss, and something sweet and wild, perhaps hidden berries. Finn walked slowly, fingertips brushing rough bark, ears straining. And then they heard it. Not a whisper, but a soft, rhythmic thrumming, like a tiny heartbeat echoing from the roots of a colossal ancient willow tree whose branches wept silvery green tears down to the forest floor. Drawn by the sound, Finn crept closer. Beneath a curtain of trailing willow fronds, nestled amongst velvety mosses green as emeralds, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of Finn's palm, and seemed to be made of swirling, translucent blues and grays, like captured storm clouds or deep ocean water. And it pulsed with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the gentle thrumming sound. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and picked it up. The stone felt alive in their hand, warm and vibrating faintly. The thrumming intensified slightly, and then, clear as a belt chime in the silence, Finn heard a sound within their own mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a sensation, lost, alone, afraid. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the stone. It wasn't speaking, it was feeling, and projecting that feeling directly into Finn's awareness. The stone radiated a profound, aching loneliness mixed with a deep-seated fear. Finn clutched it gently, instinctively wanting to soothe it. "It's all right," Finn murmured aloud, their own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. "You're not alone now." The stone's pulse seemed to steady, the blue light softening from a stormy gray to a calmer, twilight hue. The feeling of fear lessened, replaced by a tentative flicker of hope. "Help," the feeling seemed to ask. Finn knew they couldn't leave the stone. Its sadness was too palpable. But what could they do? Where did it belong? As they pondered, holding the warm, pulsing stone, a gruff voice broke the silence. "HMPH found the murmuring stone, have you?" Finn whirled around. Standing just outside the willow's curtain, silhouetted against the dappled light, was a creature unlike any Finn had seen up close. It was a badger, but enormous, standing nearly as tall as Finn's waist. His fur was thick and grizzled, black and white stripes bowled across his powerful shoulders and face. His eyes, however, were deep brown and surprisingly intelligent, though currently narrowed in a skeptical glare. He held himself with a weary dignity, one paw slightly raised as if ready to retreat. Finn froze, heart pounding. Badgers were known to be reclusive and fiercely territorial. This one looked formidable. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed a brief flare of alarm. The badger sniffed the air. "Put it back," he rumbled, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Trouble follows that stone, always has." Finn found their voice, small but steady. It feels lost and scared. I couldn't leave it." The badger tilted his head, his dark eyes studying Finn intently. "Lost, I scared, probably, been missing near a moon cycle. Caused quite a stir, its absence did, through the deep glade off balance." He took a cautious step closer. "Name's Thorn, keeper of the Tanglewood Warrens, and who might you be, venturing so deep and finding what season trackers couldn't?" "Finn," came the quiet reply. I live near the edge, I just listened." "Listened." Thorn huffed, a sound that might have been a chuckle. Rare skill that these days, especially amongst humans. He eyed the stone again. "Well, Finn who listens, you've found it, but finding is only the start. The murmuring stone belongs in the heart of the deep glade, cradled in the roots of the elder tree. Only there can its song be truly heard, the balance restored, and only there will its fear be soothed." He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. "Problem is the way to the deep glade isn't exactly straightforward, especially now. Paths have shifted since the stone went missing. Things are restless." Finn looked from the sad, pulsing stone in their hand to the gruff badger. Thorn seemed weary, burdened. "You know the way?" Finn asked softly. Thorn scratched behind his ear with a powerful hind leg. "Bits of it used to, but the woods are different without the stone's steady hum. The whispering gets confused, misleading." He sighed, a deep rumble from his chest. "Truth be told, young listener, I could use an extra pair of ears. Sharp ones. Mine aren't what they used to be. In the woods, they whisper tricks sometimes." He looked almost embarrassed to admit it. "And that stone, it seems to trust you. Might behave better for you than it would for a grumpy old badger." An unexpected warmth bloomed in Finn's chest. This gruff, intimidating creature was asking for their help. Because Finn listened. It was the first time their quiet nature felt like a strength, not a shortcoming. Finn looked down at the murmuring stone. It pulsed a soft, steady blue, the feeling of fear replaced by a quiet thrum of curiosity directed at Thorn. "Friend?" it seemed to ask Finn. Finn nodded, meeting Thorn's gaze. "I'll help, we'll take it home." Thorn gave a curt nod, a flicker of relief in his deep eyes. "Right then, stay close, step where I step, and listen, Finn. Listen with more than your ears. The woods will try to guide us, but they speak in riddles and rustles. The stone might help too if it senses the true path." He turned, his powerful body moving with surprising quietness. "This way towards the Singing Creek, or where it should be." Their journey began under the shifting canopy. Thorn moved with the sure-footed grace of the forest-born, pausing often to sniff the air, taste the wind, and press a paw to the mossy ground, feeling for vibrations Finn couldn't perceive. Finn followed the murmuring stone held securely but not tightly, a warm, comforting weight. They tried to do as Thorn asked, listening. Not just to the obvious sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the sigh of the wind in the treetops, but to the subtler layers. The way the leaves rustled differently over a hidden burrow. The almost imperceptible hum of insects deep in the bark of an ancient beech. The faint trickle of water that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At one point, Thorn stopped abruptly at a fork in the barely visible trail. One path sloped gently downwards, dappled with inviting sunlight. The other wound upwards into deeper, shadowed ferns. Thorn sniffed both paths, his brow furrowed. Sunny path smells sweet, too sweet, like honeysuckle out of season. The shadowed path, damp earth, stone, more likely towards the creek bed. He sounded unsure. Finn closed their eyes, focusing. The sunny path did smell sweet, cloyingly so. But beneath it, Finn caught a faint, acrid tang, like something decaying. The shadowed path smelled cool and clean, like wet stone and ferns. And then the murmuring stone pulsed gently. A soft image formed in Finn's mind, not a picture, but a sensation. Cool, clear water running over smooth pebbles, accompanied by a feeling of rightness associated with the shadowed path. "The shadowed path," Finn whispered, opening their eyes. "The stone, it feels the water, the cool, clean water." Thorn looked sharply at Finn, then at the stone, then back at the shadowed path. He took a deep sniff, concentrating. HMPH, you might be right, listener. My nose is full of that blasted false sweetness. Clever trick. He grunted, a sound that held a hint of newfound respect. Lead on then, but carefully. The shadowed path was indeed damp and cool, winding between moss-covered boulders and giant ferns that brushed their shoulders. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of damp earth and rich decay. Soon the sound of water grew clearer, not the gentle singing Thorn expected, but a frantic, gurgling rush. They emerged onto the bank of the singing creek, but it was a creek transformed. Instead of its usual clear, chuckling flow, the water was choked with fallen branches, leaves, and thick, choking weeds. It surged angrily against the blockage, its song distorted into a frustrated roar. On the opposite bank, watching the chaos with large, mournful eyes, stood a young roe deer, her flanks heaving as if she'd been trying to cross. Great roots and burrows, Thorn muttered. No wonder the woods are restless, the creek's song is strangled. He surveyed the blockage, a tangle of storm-felled branches and dense water reeds. This wasn't here before, must have happened during the last big wind when the stone was missing. Its balance keeps the flows true, even the water flows. The young deer spotted them and let out a soft, distressed bleat. She needed to cross to reach her family, Finn realized, sensing her anxiety as clearly as they sensed the stone's emotions. We need to clear it, Finn said, the urgency cutting through their usual hesitation. Thorn assessed the situation. Dangerous, current strong, one slip. But he saw the deer's distress, saw the choked water, and knew it affected the whole wood. Right you, he pointed a claw at Finn, stay on the bank, find me a strong, long branch, sturdy as you can. I'll work from that flat rock midstream. Badgers are better swimmers than we look. He waded cautiously into the edge of the current, testing his footing. Finn scrambled along the bank, searching. They found a fallen ash branch, long and thick, but not too heavy. They dragged it to the water's edge near Thorn. The badger grabbed it with surprising strength. Now listen carefully. When I shove against the main tangle, you pull on that smaller branch poking out upstream. We need to loosen the whole mess, let the water do the rest. Ready? Finn nodded, gripping the smaller, slippery branch. Thorn braced his powerful body against the rock, took a deep breath, and pushed the thick ash branch with all his might against the central knot of debris. Finn pulled with all their strength on the upstream branch. For a moment, nothing happened. The water roared defiance. Finn's arms burned. Thorn grunted with effort. The murmuring stone pulsed warm against Finn's chest, not with fear now, but with fierce encouragement. Push. Pull. Suddenly, with a groan and a splintering crack, the central mass shifted. The upstream branch Finn was pulling on snapped free, sending them stumbling backwards. But the shift was enough. The pent-up water surged through the new gap with tremendous force, tearing at the rest of the blockage. Branches snapped, weeds ripped free, and the tangled mass began to unravel, carried downstream in a churning rush. The roar of frustration subsided into the creek's familiar, joyous singing as clear water bubbled freely over the stones once more. Thorn hauled himself back onto the bank, dripping and panting, but his eyes gleamed. Well done, Finn, you've got a strong pull in you. He shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying. The young deer didn't hesitate. With a graceful leap, she bounded across the newly cleared creek, pausing on the far bank to dip her head towards Finn and Thorn in clear thanks before disappearing into the ferns. A sense of profound relief washed over the little clearing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. The murmuring stone pulsed a warm, golden light, radiating pure, wordless gratitude. As they continued, the forest seemed to breathe easier around them. The whispering woods felt less confused, more welcoming. birdsong seemed clearer, the rustling leaves more melodic. Thorn navigated with more confidence, occasionally pointing out landmarks Finn would never have noticed: a lightning-struck oak shaped like a pointing finger, a ring of unusually red toadstools, a mossy boulder carved with faint, ancient spirals only visible at a certain angle. The murmuring stone became their guide in subtle ways. When paths diverged, Finn would close their eyes, feel the stone's gentle pulse, and sense a direction not through sight, but through a feeling of resonance, like a quiet chime growing stronger. This way feels deeper, older, calmer. They learn to interpret its gentle glows: blue for calm, gold for warmth or rightness, a soft green for growing things, and a very faint, quick purple flicker when Thorn was about to stumble over a hidden root, allowing Finn to call out a warning just in time. Thorn, in turn, shared his deep knowledge of the woods, which berries were safe, how to find the sweetest underground springs, the stories whispered by different types of bark. He spoke of the deep glade as a place of ancient peace, where the oldest trees held counsel, and the murmuring stone's song harmonized with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Their friendship grew with each mile, an unspoken bond forged in shared purpose and quiet understanding. Thorn's gruffness softened into a dry wit and a protective presence. Finn found their voice more often, asking questions, sharing observations, their initial timidity replaced by a quiet confidence born of being truly heard and trusted. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and apricot, the woods changed again. The trees grew even taller, their trunks wider than cottages, draped in curtains of silvery gray lichen that glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air hummed with a deeper, more resonant energy. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Finn had seen, blinked like tiny, wandering stars amongst the ferns. The ground felt springy and alive beneath their feet. "We're close," Thorn murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The whispering is clearer here. It welcomes the stone back." He paused before a wall of dense, intertwined holly bushes, their dark green leaves glossy and sharp. "The entrance is here, but it only opens for those who belong, or those bearing what belongs." Finn stepped forward, the murmuring stone held out before them. It pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer blue or gold, but a pure, brilliant white. As the light touched the holly wall, the branches seemed to shimmer. They didn't move aside, but became less solid. Finn could see through them into a space beyond that glowed with its own soft, ethereal light. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked forward. The holly branches offered no resistance, passing through Finn and Thorn like insubstantial mist. They stepped into the deep glade. It took Finn's breath away. They stood in a vast, circular clearing carpeted with moss so thick and soft it looked like green velvet. Towering trees formed a living wall around the glade, ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, silver beeches that seemed to hold moonlight within their pale trunks, and massive yews radiating profound stillness. Their canopy was open to the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to prick through the deep blue. In the very center of the glade stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was by far the oldest, its trunk vast and gnarled, roots spreading out like the limbs of a slumbering giant, cradling a hollow at its base that glowed with a soft, inviting light. The air vibrated with a deep, harmonious hum, the combined song of ancient trees. But beneath it, Finn could feel a discordant note, a thread of sadness and incompleteness. It was the missing song of the stone. All around the edges of the clearing, watching them with quiet, luminous eyes, were the creatures of the deep glade. Finn saw foxes with coats like spun moonlight, owls with eyes like liquid amber, stoats as white as snow, and rabbits whose fur shimmered with a faint iridescence. There were others too, shapes glimpsed in the dappled shadows, near the giant roots, perhaps the shy tree spirits Thorn had mentioned in passing. They watched, silent and expectant. Thorn dipped his head in a deep, respectful bow. Finn felt suddenly small, but the warm pulse of the stone in their hand gave them courage. They walked slowly, reverently, across the mossy floor towards the elder tree. The discordant note in the glade's song grew stronger, a palpable yearning. As Finn approached the root hollow, the murmuring stone began to vibrate, its white light flaring brilliantly. It wasn't afraid, it was yearning. Finn knelt before the hollow. The space within the roots was lined with luminous moss and smooth, water-worn stones. It felt like a cradle waiting. Gently, Finn placed the murmuring stone into the heart of the hollow. The moment the stone touched the luminous moss, a profound change swept through the deep glade. The stone's pure white light flared, then softened, merging seamlessly with the glow of the elder tree's roots. The discordant note vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that vibrated up through the soles of Finn's feet and into their very bones. The harmonious hum of the glade swelled, richer, fuller, more profoundly peaceful than before. It was like the forest itself was sighing in deep relief. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling a joyful chorus. The fireflies danced in intricate, celebratory patterns. The watching creatures bowed their heads, a soft murmur of welcome rippling through them. The murmuring stone pulsed once, a wave of pure, radiant contentment washing over Finn. Home. Safe. Thank you. The feeling was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated peace and belonging. Its loneliness and fear were gone, replaced by the deep, abiding connection to the ancient heart of the woods. Finn sat back on their heels, tears pricking their eyes, not of sadness, but of awe and shared joy. Thorn padded up beside them, placing a heavy, comforting paw on Finn's shoulder. "You did it, young listener," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought the heart song home." They sat in silence for a long while, bathed in the combined glow of the elder tree and the stone, listening to the restored harmony of the deep glade. Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over them, deeper than any they had ever known. The fluttering fears that often plagued them felt quiet, soothed by the ancient song. Eventually, Thorn nudged Finn gently. "The woods know the way back now. The paths will be clear. But you'll always be welcome here, Finn. The deep glade remembers kindness." He looked at Finn, his dark eyes warm. And remember, listening, truly listening, is a magic all its own. Stronger than noise, deeper than fear. The journey back through the whispering woods felt like moving through a familiar dream. The paths were clear and wide, bathed in bright moonlight that filtered through the leaves. The forest felt benevolent, protective. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur words of thanks and safe passage. Thorn walked beside Finn, his presence a solid comfort. The murmuring stone's song, now part of the forest's own heartbeat, seemed to follow them, a gentle hum beneath their feet. As they reached the edge of the woods, near Finn's hawthorn tree, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Thorn stopped. "This is your path now, young listener. Mine lies deeper." He nudged Finn's hand with his nose. "Don't be a stranger to the wood's edge, and don't forget to listen. The world speaks in many ways." Finn knelt and, on an impulse born of deep gratitude, wrapped their arms gently around Thorn's thick neck. The badger stiffened for a second, then relaxed, giving a soft, rumbling purr deep in his chest. "Take care, Thorn, thank you." "Thank you, Finn," Thorn replied gruffly, but his eyes shone. "For listening, for helping an old badger remember the way." With a final nod, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the whispering woods, leaving Finn standing alone at the forest's edge. The village of Oakhaven was just beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant sound of a rooster crowed. Finn took a deep breath. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. The fluttering fears hadn't vanished entirely, but they felt smaller, manageable. Finn carried within them the deep peace of the deep glade, the echo of the murmuring stone's song, and the warm memory of Thorn's gruff friendship. They still preferred quiet, but now they understood its power. It wasn't about being small, it was about being open, receptive. It was a way of hearing the world's heart song, of finding hidden paths and forging bonds that defied expectation. Finn walked back towards the village, not with hurried steps, but with a quiet confidence. They paused beneath their hawthorn tree, listening. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the distant song of the now clear creek, the chirp of waking birds, and beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the deep, harmonious hum of the forest, whole once more. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. They had ventured into the whispering unknown, helped heal a hidden heart, and found their own quiet strength reflected in the eyes of a gruff badger and the glow of a magical stone. The world was full of wonders, waiting for those willing to truly listen. And as the first rays of the sun warmed their face, Finn knew that bedtime stories weren't just tales. They were echoes of the magic that hummed just beneath the surface of the quiet world, waiting for a listening heart. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle echo of the elder tree's glow, and the last embers pulsed like a contented heart, lulling you towards peaceful dreams filled with mossy glades, steadfast friends, and the comforting hum of a world restored. Sleep well, little listener. Sleep well. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, With the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter.